Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I look for a young boy that is between the ages of 18 and 25. Is your body typical? I'll kill you and consume your lustful flesh. This terrifying tweet may sound like something out of a horror movie, but it's actually true, and it resulted in a crime that made headlines all around the world. The fact that the victim voluntarily consented to be killed and consumed makes this case extremely stranger. The man regarded as the most courteous killer, Armin Meiwes, existed before Jeffrey Dahmer stunned the world. The title may sound odd, but you'll understand why after hearing the twisted details. And like many murders, his journey into darkness began long before the horrific event itself, so it all begins with his early years. On December 1, 1961, Armin Meiwes was born into a family that appeared to have had everything. Armin's father worked as a police officer and had a steady, well-respected career. With his constant income, he was able to buy a large 16,000 square foot estate in Germany, with 36 rooms and a luxury lifestyle for the family. It was a house that represented prosperity, achievement, and the kind of life that many people would aspire to. But the family's life was anything but perfect within the confines of that magnificent estate. Armin's parents were very different in age. When his father, at just 21 years old, married his mother, she was 40. This significant age gap created the foundation for an unbalanced and problematic relationship. Later, Armin characterized his mother as fiercely possessive, manipulative, and in charge. She was always accusing her spouse of infidelity and was often envious. Armin thought his mother had purposefully gotten him pregnant in order to keep his father from abandoning her, rather than because she naturally wanted a kid. She didn't want a baby, Armin said. She desired to retain her spouse. As Armin got older, he felt the psychological effects of growing up in a tense household. The family dynamic suffered greatly as a result of his mother's domineering actions, leading to frequent arguments between his parents. These disagreements would frequently get so out of hand that Armin's mother would threaten to harm him or commit suicide if she didn't get her way. Armin had to deal with an emotionally suffocating environment at an early age, which caused him a lot of stress and instability. Being the youngest of 3 kids, Armin's family's dysfunction only got worse as he got older. When Armin was only 5 or 6 years old, his 2 older siblings made the decision to leave the family home because they were so overwhelmed by the turmoil and poisonous nature of their parents' relationship. Being older teenagers, they were at their breaking point. After they left, Armin was left to deal with his mother, who was becoming colder and more aloof. He felt much more alone and abandoned when his brothers were gone, not only by them but also by his father, who would shortly go. Armin's father abruptly left the family when he was just 7 years old, with no prior notice or explanation. His father got into his car, packed up, and drove away, never to be seen again. Armin, who had already lost his siblings, was devastated by this abandonment because he now had no father. A profound sense of loneliness that would follow him for the rest of his life was brought on by the emotional burden of these separations and being abandoned by people he should have been able to depend on. Armin's connection with his mother remained cold and unloving despite all of this upheaval. She didn't care for him. If anything, she was harsh and demanding, expecting him to do things around the house that a small child couldn't do. Armin was already in charge of running the family by the time he was 6 or 7, with his mother making very little effort. He was made to feel invisible and unloved by her frequent yelling at him. His home exuded a pervasive sense of neglect rather than warmth or kindness. Armin turned to reading as a coping mechanism for his inner stress. Reading gave him solace, and Robinson Crusoe was one of the books he became obsessed with. Despite being primarily about adventure and survival, this great book included a little line that would have a profound effect on Armin. There is a cannibal reference in the story, which caught his interest and held it ever since. Armin became obsessed with the concept of devouring someone else while he was just 10 years old. His twisted and sinister aspirations began with this terrible obsession. His life would be defined by this passion, which went beyond simple curiosity. This infatuation would not materialize so quickly. You see, in an attempt to establish a career as a professional soldier, Armin left home at the age of 19 and enlisted in the West German Army. He served in the military for 12 years, during which he experienced a feeling of routine that kept his darker impulses at bay. He had a few female companions while in the army, but none of them were more than platonic. One of his friends later said that everyone seemed to know Armin might be gay, but he was the last to realize it, or perhaps he didn't understand it at the time. Armin started to doubt his own sexuality and would occasionally ask his friends, "Do you think I'm gay?" To which his friends would reply, "That's something you need to figure out for yourself." Armin began drinking more because he was confused. He drove while intoxicated in each of the car accidents that occurred from his alcohol consumption. He was expelled from the army at the age of 32 as a result of these actions. To take care of his sick mother, Armin returned home. Although she had never been particularly independent, she was now much older, battling disease and unable to care for herself. Now that Armin was back at home, he would be the one to take care of her at the big mansion. At one time, the area where they lived looked tense and icy. Armin also made the decision to switch careers at this time. He succeeded in his new position as a computer engineer at a bank, but he would soon learn about something that would completely alter his life in the 1990s, the World Wide Web. Since the internet was still in its infancy, websites were frequently unpolished and primitive. Soon this absence of oversight would become a major factor in Armin's developing fixation. Armin started browsing the internet and discovered something unexpected, a group of people who were interested in the same weird and sinister thing he was: cannibalism. Cannibal Cafe was an online community that provided a safe space for those with cannibalistic fantasies to meet and freely discuss their wants. Armin was surprised and relieved to find this community. At last he had company. His perverted beliefs were shared by others and he felt understood for the first time. Because of its unrestricted expanse, the internet has made it difficult to distinguish between fact and imagination. Eager to further explore his impulses, Armin built his own website where he could discuss cannibalism in an open manner. He even started creating fictitious pictures to feed his own and other people's imaginations. Just to give you a spoiler, the website is no longer accessible if you were considering looking it up. You can still see traces of the past, though, if you utilize the Wayback Machine, a neat program that lets you explore websites that have since disappeared. You won't find any of Armin's posts from that time period after things took a bad turn, even if the majority of the website is no longer there. Although his contributions were removed, it was essentially a platform where people may freely discuss their most sinister desires. People posted things like, "I want to eat your flesh," or "I can't wait to kill this person and devour them." These posts were disturbingly common. Armin Maywes, with his deranged wants, found a way to connect with people who shared his horrific ideas in this unsettling part of the internet. Armin chose to literally take matters into his own hands rather than just discussing them. With a combination of gruesome inventiveness and a chilling wish to be perceived as a true cannibal, he went to butcher shops, purchased actual meat, and altered it to resemble human body parts. He captured his creations on camera and shared them online, presenting a graphic depiction of consumption and murder. Many people were duped. In a place where fancies ran wild, Armin looked all too real, and they later started to worship him after believing his gory posts. As he persisted in controlling the forum, his online persona gained popularity, gradually establishing a reputation among the visitors of the website as the man who was truly pursuing his deepest desires. But Armin's life changed on September 2, 1999, when he got home from work and went into his mother's bedroom. He found her dead. Most people would have been depressed or grieving, but Armin was not. Rather, he experienced a profound sensation of relief. His mother had dominated his life for years, using her aggressive and possessive ways to manipulate him. He felt free to pursue his twisted dreams without his mother's scrutiny or oversight. He intensified his passion, no longer constrained by her presence. He converted one of the house's rooms into his cannibal room, where he could privately indulge his deranged fantasies without being constrained by social conventions. Armin then started looking for those who would give in to his worst urges, which led to a spiral into insanity. And it all started with that post you saw in the introduction. Although Armin received a surprising number of answers from interested parties, the majority of them would abruptly withdraw. But one individual in particular was adamant about seeing it through. This man, whose identity is unknown, kept exchanging emails with Armin, showing a keen interest in Armin's strange and terrifying fantasy. During their conversations, he freely acknowledged that being eaten was his fantasy. Presumably interested, Armin agreed and set up a rendezvous at his home. The man was met with a somber scenario upon arriving at Armin's estate. Armin had laid the man out on a table and laid out the details of his evil plans, outlining each step of what was going to happen. However, the man abruptly changed his mind and said he didn't feel good and didn't want to continue the torture. He let the man get up, walk away, and head home, much to Armin's amazement. Although Armin was obviously disappointed, his main goal was to locate a willing participant. He didn't want to put anyone in the terrible circumstance he had in mind. And when you consider it, that man was lucky that Armin wasn't completely overcome by his insanity and that things didn't get worse. But Armin was not deterred. Unwilling to give the impression that his hideous fantasy was coming true, he turned to an unsettling kind of artistic expression. He used papier-mâché to create a realistic body, painting it to look like a real human body. He also bought an old mannequin from a store that was getting rid of it, painted it to look like a corpse, and took pictures of the finished product. Armin's internet reputation grew even more after he uploaded these pictures on the cannibal website. Users of the website were captivated, thinking that Armin had truly killed and eaten someone. They praised him as a hero, a living example of their collective cannibalistic desire. Many people idolized him for what they saw to be his gory actions, which helped him gain notoriety among the cannibal community. Armin's determination to locate a willing participant remained unwavering in spite of these online spectacles. He kept looking and braced himself for the moment when he would find someone who would sacrifice themselves for his perverse goal. He had converted one of his mansion's rooms into what he called his slaughter room. With no windows, a cage to house his victims, and meat hooks dangling from the ceiling, this area had a sinister appearance, evocative of a horror film. Finally, when Armin heard back from a man named Brandis, his perseverance paid off. After disclosing that he was interested in pursuing connections with guys, 34-year-old engineer Brandis recently ended his marriage. His marriage had probably been strained by his internal conflict over his sexuality, and his wife's departure had left him to face his cravings on his own. Brandis had also been active on the cannibal forums, and had indicated that he would be open to joining Armin in his grotesque fantasy. Throughout their many email exchanges, Armin described his plans for Brandis's body after the act was finished. In response, Brandis offered his own suggestions and asked that his skull be turned into an ashtray once he passed away. He also requested that his penis be cut off, and that the two men share in its consumption in a very unsettling interaction. According to Armin, who would subsequently talk about his reasons in interviews, he never intended to go against what his volunteers wanted. He was more than happy to comply with the wishes of those who desired to be consumed in a specific manner. Every element had to be in line with what his victims wanted, according to his perverted sense of respect. Following weeks of communication, March 9, 2001 was chosen as the day. Brandis would go to Armin's house and execute their unimaginable scheme together. Before they made the preparations, they had sex when he arrived. In an attempt to lessen Brandis's suffering, Armin gave him beer, sleeping pills, and even Vicks, thinking that these substances would make any pain go away. Knowing exactly what was going to happen, Brandis voluntarily took these medications. In order to allow him to enjoy the event long after it was ended, Armin also told him that the entire process would be filmed. Brandis lied down on the table with the cameras set up and prepared to record everything. As agreed upon, Armin started with the act Brandis had asked for. He cut the man's genitalia with a sharp blade. In subsequent interviews, Armin recounted how Brandis screamed horrifyingly for a brief period of 20 to 30 seconds. Armin's mind would be permanently etched with the picture of blood spraying from the wound like a fountain. But the horrors of the night were far from done. Following Brandis' instructions, Armin carried the severed organ to the kitchen. There he made a careful effort to prepare it as a dinner. He put it in a pan with oil after seasoning it with salt, pepper, and garlic. Neither he nor the investigators, who would later learn the somber facts of this crime, would have forgotten the bizarre quality of the moment. Armin tried to cook the cut organ, then plated it elegantly, and served it to Brandes and himself. However, it was not what he had anticipated. It was almost impossible to eat the extremely tough flesh. Armin acknowledged that it tasted awful, chewy, rubbery, and simply not what he had anticipated. Brandes was bleeding profusely in the meantime, and the situation was becoming unmanageable. Armin brought him to the bathtub in the hopes that the running water would help contain it. He expected Brandes to pass swiftly, so he checked on him every 15 minutes, but the process was taking far longer than he had anticipated. He read a Star Trek book to kill time as he waited, but even as he read, Brandes was still alive and gradually disappearing. Armin made the decision to expedite things after almost 3 hours. "Sorry, but you're taking too long." He walked into the bathroom, glanced at Brandes, and sliced his throat after kissing him. Armin started working after Brandes died. After dragging the body from the tub, he cut it up and meticulously placed the various parts in his freezer. But the skull was given its own place to repose. In his garden, it was buried. For future meals, the remaining remnants were wrapped and kept fresh. In an interview, Armin talked about how he used his best crockery and lit candles as he meticulously arranged the table. He fried a chunk of Brandes back meat with Brussels sprouts and mashed potato. Armin survived on Brandes remnants for the next 6 to 8 months, keeping them in his freezer beneath piles of pizza boxes. He consumed the meat in a variety of ways, including frying it, topping pizzas, and even eating it for breakfast. Eating, however, was insufficient. He needed approval. Showing off his accomplishment to the shadowy corners of the internet, he went back to the cannibal forums and posted pictures of Brandes' remains. People on the website were excited by his posts and showered him with praise. After several months of eating human meat, he was nearing the end of his supply by late November or early December. He went back to the cannibal websites and posted ads for a new volunteer since he was looking for a new victim. An Austrian student, however, became aware of Armin's online behavior after discovering his posts and the unsettling pictures he had uploaded. When the student realized this was more than a fantasy, he informed the police, saying, "I think this guy actually killed someone." The police showed up at Armin's residence early on the morning of December 10, 2002. At first, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary when they searched the house, but they found 50 pounds of meat when they unlocked the freezer that was concealed beneath piles of pizza boxes. When cops looked more closely, they discovered something startling. The flesh still had human skin attached. Armin calmly explained that it was a wild pig. Armin made no attempt to conceal anything when confronted with the facts. He instantly came clean, confessing to everything he had done, including turning over his computer, the pictures, and the VHS film that showed the crime. He was immediately apprehended by the police, and as the case progressed, the public was appalled by the revelations. Armin was found guilty of manslaughter on January 30, 2004, and given a meager 8.5-year prison sentence. Outrage ensued because many people thought the punishment was excessively light. His defense, nevertheless, was unique and powerful. The emails and the fact that Brandes had come to Armin's house voluntarily demonstrated that he had voluntarily participated. Because cannibalism was not technically outlawed in Germany, this case revealed a startling legal loophole. Prosecutors pushed for a retrial as public pressure grew, claiming that Brandes was not in a stable enough state of mind to give his own consent. Armin was found guilty of murder on May 10, 2006 and given a life sentence. Since then, Armin has changed in an unexpected way. He gave up meat completely and became a vegetarian while he was serving his term. In his numerous interviews, which are readily available online, he discusses his misdeeds in a cool, collected manner. You wouldn't think he was a murderer if you saw him. If true crime has taught us anything, it's that murderers can appear to be quite normal. Although Armin has admitted that his actions were wrong, the harm had already been done, and his case is still among the most unsettling in contemporary history. What do you think then? Did he merit a life sentence? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He was planning a massacre at his school. But before he could step through its doors with a loaded shotgun, he turned his rage inward on the people who loved him most. In the early hours of a quiet morning in Luton, while the town lay asleep, a nightmare unfolded behind the walls of a modest flat on Wallett's Bank Drive. 3 lives. His mother, his 13-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old brother were taken in brutal succession. A shotgun, a teenage hand, a plan that changed course in the most devastating way. The United Kingdom, still haunted by the memory of Dunblane in 1996, had not seen a school shooting in nearly 3 decades. There had been warnings, close calls, arrests, but never the act itself. Until now, that line had not been crossed. But evil doesn't always begin in public. Sometimes it grows quietly, inside homes that feel warm, safe, and familiar. Juliana Prosper knew about starting over. Born Juliana Falcon in June 1976, she was raised in the coastal city of Mar del Plata, Argentina. It was a place where the ocean met hardship, where people learned to be both resilient and hopeful. Juliana was one of those people. She was the kind of woman who pushed forward, no matter how steep the climb. Years later, she left behind her home country and began again in England. It was more than a move. It was a reinvention. She married Ray Prosper, and together they built a life. 4 children, a simple home, a future. Juliana wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, but she was present, devoted, a quiet force who centered her world around her kids. By 2024, she lived in that small Luton flat with 3 of them. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was full of purpose. She kept routines, celebrated the little things, and did what so many mothers do, sacrificed in silence, loved without condition. What she couldn't see, what no one could have seen, was what was growing beneath the surface. Behind one bedroom door, darkness had begun to take root. And when it finally erupted, it didn't just shatter a home. It shattered the fragile illusion that tragedies like these couldn't happen here. Not in the UK. Not again. Not until now. There was a storm brewing within those walls, in disguise of a boy who seemed too meek to even hit an object in his path. Nicholas Prosper was the kind of boy who didn't just fade into the background. He clung to it. A December child born in 2005, he came into the world quietly, and for the most part stayed that way. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder early on, he walked through life a few steps apart from everyone else. Not always alone, but always slightly removed, as though he were watching the world through a speck only he could see through. In his younger years, he had friends, not many, but enough to keep him anchored. He wasn't a troublemaker, not in the traditional sense. He was geeky, they said, soft-spoken, obsessive about computers, the kind of kid who could disappear into a screen for hours and still not feel like he'd scratched the surface. Teachers remembered him as bright, even promising. But what they couldn't see, or maybe chose not to see, was the slow erosion happening beneath the surface. The way isolation began to calcify into something harder, something darker. By the time he reached his late teens, that gentle geekiness had twisted into something far more unpredictable. He stopped trying to connect. The friend group dissolved. The screen stopped being a sanctuary and became something else entirely. A tunnel with only darkness at the end, only reflections of death, hatred, and perversion. He spiraled down corners of the internet where empathy dies, where violence is glorified and human suffering is cataloged like some kind of collectible. At some point, he was banned from one such site, a morbid database where real death was archived and dissected like entertainment. But even there, even in that graveyard of humanity, Nicholas had crossed a line. He made comments in support of pedophilia, vile and unfiltered, as though empathy had been surgically removed from his vocabulary. He wasn't just watching the darkness, he was absorbing it, he was becoming it. And no one knew just how far that darkness had sunk, how deeply it had planted itself in his bones, how it was growing, feeding, waiting. Because Nicholas Prosper wasn't just withdrawing from the world, he was preparing for war. By the time September's Friday the 13th crept into the calendar, The plan had matured into something monstrous, no longer a passing thought or a twisted fantasy confined to the corners of a screen, but an intention, rehearsed in silence and fed with obsession. Nicolas Prosper had immersed himself so deeply in the world of school shootings that his fascination had eroded whatever boundary there might have been between watching and committing. His mind was absorbed in the details of Sandy Hook, the timelines, the methods, the body count, not from a place of grief or horror, but from an ambition to create something even more devastating, a spectacle of violence that would end with him turning the weapon on himself, leaving behind a trail of bodies and questions that would never quite be answered. His choice of target spoke volumes about his mindset. He didn't pick his old primary school because he had suffered there or because of some open wound from childhood. He picked it because he knew its insides, the security system, the classroom layout, the way the corridors turned, like someone choosing the most familiar battlefield for the most calculated slaughter. There was no emotional trigger, no personal vendetta, only cold strategic advantage. When he tried to acquire a firearm in August, the attempt failed. But rather than derail his plan, the setback only seemed to strengthen his focus. He had already been preparing for over a year, building the idea piece by piece in his mind, layering it with research, false starts, and obsessive planning. A delay didn't shake him. It gave him more time to refine the vision. On 12 September, just hours before he would destroy his family, Nicholas finally secured the weapon. He purchased a double-barreled shotgun and 100 cartridges for £650 sterling, 0 pence, from a local dealer, using a forged firearms license that mimicked the real thing with disturbing accuracy. He had spent time studying every element of a UK license, the paper's weight, the seals, the placement of the official signatures, and had replicated it with extreme meticulousness. The dealer, though uneasy, believed the documentation to be genuine and notified police, but the warning came too late. The weapon was his. His timeline had locked in. As night took hold and the town around him drifted towards sleep, Nicholas wasn't winding down or hesitating. He was finalizing. His browser history from that night became a window into a mind that had spiraled beyond recognition. Search after search for methods of killing with a shotgun, anatomical specifics, outcomes, the kind of blunt force horror usually reserved for war zones and nightmares. Mixed in were searches tied to necrophilia and to the murder of Sarah Everard, as though his appetite for violence was expanding, even as the clock ticked toward morning. Then came the video, a final digital confession broadcast from his bedroom into the world. He described himself as a follower of Clementine, a fictional character from the Walking Dead video game series, latching onto her image, not for her humanity, but for some twisted symbolic allegiance that only made sense in his fractured reality. He spoke poison about his sister Giselle, referencing a choice she had made in the game months earlier, a moment so trivial that it might have been laughable had it not been spoken with such vile certainty. He said her face would be mutilated further than necessary, delivering the line with a coldness that felt rehearsed, devoid of any trace of human feeling. Though prosecutors would later argue that this reference was irrelevant to the murders, it felt like a sign that nothing, not even a game played with family, was safe from the rot that had taken hold of his mind. As the hours passed and darkness deepened, Nicholas Prosper stood on the edge of his own carefully constructed horror, armed, ready, and emotionally removed from everything that had once tied him to normalcy. Behind him was the quiet of a flat where his family slept, unaware that the boy they had raised, the brother they had laughed with, the son who once played video games in the next room, was preparing to become a vicious monster. Under the thin veil of early morning silence, as the world outside remained unsuspecting, Nicholas Prosper sat alone in his room, watching violent, animated pornography while continuing the same heinous research he had started the day before. It was well past midnight. By 4:32 a.m., he had already test-filled the double-barreled shotgun once into a teddy bear. His plan had been to kill 3 people, his mother and 2 younger siblings, in under 30 seconds. He thought the timing would be tight enough to escape detection by the neighbors, but Juliana woke up early. She wasn't supposed to. She saw her son with the gun. There was panic, there was shouting, and a struggle followed. Prosper attacked her with a knife first, slashing and stabbing her hands and arms as she tried to fight him off. He then shot her in the head at close range, killing her. Her body would later be found sprawled in the hallway. Giselle heard the chaos and got up. She was shot at, the bullet grazing the back of her head. She ran, trying to hide under the dining table. He followed. He shot her in the face. Kyle tried to resist. He grabbed a kitchen knife. He tried to fight. Prosper shot him in the chest from across the room. Then he walked over and stabbed him more than 100 times while Kyle begged him to stop. His lung was punctured. He still got up and ran. He made it to the hallway. Prosper shot him in the head. 7 cartridges were fired. He reloaded at least twice. Neighbors heard it all, the shouting, the fighting, the crashing sounds. One of them walked to the door to complain about the noise. She heard ruffling, a boy groaning, and then a shot. She turned around and ran. The first emergency call came in at 5:29 a.m. CCTV footage until 4:47 captured Prosper's eerily calm walk out of the flat at 5:33 a.m., almost 20 minutes later. The police had reached the scene. They entered the flat at around 6. They found Juliana, Giselle, and Kyle, blood streaks across walls, bloody handprints, bloodied knives scattered. A copy of How to Kill Your Family was placed on Juliana's body. Nicholas had packed the shotgun and 33 cartridges in a large bag. He started walking towards St. Joseph's primary school, the same one he had attended, the same one he had planned to attack. But the school was still closed. Police activity was increasing. He didn't go through with it. He hid in a nearby wooded area for 2 hours. He shared the video he'd recorded earlier, the one about the walking dead. He tossed away 2 mobile phones, hoping to protect a group of pedophiles he had spoken with online. Nicholas also left the shotgun and ammunition in a bush near a playing field. At 7:55 a.m., he walked out from the woods and down Birmingham Road. He raised his hand to a passing police car. The officers were returning from the crime scene. They stopped. They saw the blood on his face and arrested him. "It's not murder," he kept repeating. "He didn't want to show up." The courtroom was ready. The families were waiting. The hour was set, 10:30, a.m. sharp. But Nicholas Prosper, triple murderer, self-styled executioner, failed school shooter, was refusing to step back into the dock. Not out of fear, not out of remorse, because he simply didn't want to. At 8:45 a.m., word reached the judge. The convict was refusing to appear. Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb wasn't having it. There would be no sentencing in absentia. He was to be dragged in if necessary. Not for his sake, for the sake of the mother, the sister, the brother, the people whose blood he spilled, for those who had come to see the face of the boy who had torn their lives open. "You do not want to be here," she said from the bench, "but it is not your choice." She had him brought in and he sat there in silence, staring straight ahead. Prosper had always rejected what the world had tried to give him: help, assessments, understanding, structure. His parents and teachers knew something wasn't right. They saw him withdraw. They watched him lose interest in the living and wrap himself in shadows. They had begged for an evaluation, reached out to child mental health services, tried to get him diagnosed for autism spectrum disorder. He refused it all, shut every door, sidelined every attempt. A psychiatrist would finally look into him, but not until after the murders. In the cold, clinical light of custody, a diagnosis came: mild ASD traits. A report detailed the hollow space where empathy should have been. It was not just a lack, it was an extreme lack, the kind that echoed through every corner of this case. He wasn't unreachable, but he was uninterested. There were no friendships, no real connections. Only deep obsessive spirals about serial killers, about school shootings, about death as a spectacle. The judge laid it bare. These weren't just odd fixations. They weren't just dark corners of the internet. They were what shaped his identity. A boy who had failed to hold even a thread of ordinary social interaction, had built himself a sanctuary in violence. The internet had opened the floodgates. He waded in freely. Every disturbing image, every cold commentary, every headline soaked in blood, it all fed him. Yes, there was an indirect link between his autism and the way he moved through the world, but as the judge made clear, ASD does not make one violent. It doesn't instruct a person to plan a massacre. It doesn't teach someone how to craft a fake firearms license. It doesn't guide their hands when they aim a shotgun at their own mother. That was Nicholas, and now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to the law, to the families, to the judgment. Because monsters do not get to vanish quietly. They must be seen, they must be named, and they must sit shackled in silence while justice carves its final word. The courtroom was silent when the full story came out in March 2025. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence. They were planned in detail with a clear goal to become infamous. Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, sister, and brother as the first stage of a broader scheme to carry out a mass shooting at St. Joseph's Catholic Primary School. The preparations had been ongoing for months. Prosper picked St. Joseph's because he knew it well. He had studied there, as had his siblings. He searched the school's website for photos of students and teachers and noted the timing of assemblies and classes. Everything was methodical. He chose Friday the 13th deliberately, hoping the date would add weight to his actions. His plan was to kill his family early in the morning, leave home by 8:30 a.m. and arrive at the school during assembly to carry out a mass shooting. Earlier that night, he researched how to use the weapon and searched for disturbing content related to violence, including the murder of Sarah Everard and material connected to necrophilia. Neighbors heard the noise. Some reported shouts, banging and groaning, followed by what sounded like gunshots. One went to the door to complain but fled after hearing a loud bang. A police call was placed at 5:29 AI Muse. A chase of cat and mouse followed, which ended with Nicholas being found with the blood of his family on his face and clothes. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. He was also charged with possessing a shotgun and a knife in public, as well as acquiring a shotgun without a certificate. Child abuse images were later discovered on his phone, but no charges were filed for that. When the police found him, Nicholas Prosper stood in black and yellow. It wasn't a random outfit. He had chosen the colors on purpose. This was the look he wanted to be remembered by. The judge sentenced him to life with a minimum term of 49 years. Now, this does not mean that Nicholas will be out in the world in 49 years. A life sentence with a minimum term of this many years means that the person will spend the rest of their life in prison. But they must serve at least 49 years behind bars before they can even ask to be released after the decided tenure. They can apply for parole, which is a formal request to be let out of prison. However, being eligible for parole does not guarantee release. A special board will review the case to decide whether the person is still a danger to the public. If they believe it is unsafe to let the person out, the person will stay in prison. Even if parole is granted, the person will remain under strict supervision for the rest of their life and can be sent back to prison at any time if they break the rules or commit another crime. Going back to the heinous crime that Nicholas committed, it didn't just shake a courtroom. It sent waves through an entire system that many believed was working just fine. But behind the horror of what Nicholas Prosper did was a quieter, more troubling truth. It had been far too easy for him to get his hands on a gun. Law enforcement knew it, and they weren't subtle about it. They pointed out how shockingly simple it still was for someone to sell a firearm private. All a person really needed was a certificate, real or fake, and a willing seller. And that was it. No double-checking, no verification, no questions. Just a deadly loophole wide open. In response, police and safety officials started calling for changes that felt long overdue. One of their key suggestions was to build a national database for firearm license holders, something clear and central where every certificate could be checked against real records. And not just that, they pushed for a rule that would force sellers to get clearance from the police before selling a weapon to make sure the buyer had the right paperwork, real ID, and a legitimate reason to own a gun. But the danger wasn't only in how Nicholas got the weapon, it was also in what had been building inside his head long before he pulled the trigger. Officials spoke of an obsession, rooted in endless hours online, wrapped in disturbing content, soaked in stories of mass murder, brutality, and control. What happened wasn't just a crime. It was a slow-growing sickness that had fed on unfiltered violence found in dark corners of the internet, completely unbothered and those watching this unfold didn't hold back. They saw this as a warning, one that wasn't just about guns or loopholes, but about the growing storm of violent content reaching young people and changing the way they think, feel, and act. And the message from the government was clear. This couldn't be ignored anymore. They promised to act, to make the laws stricter around private gun sales, to close the cracks in background checks, and to do more to protect communities from the kind of thinking that leads to something like this. It wasn't about just one tragedy. It was about making sure no one else walks the same path, with a weapon in their hands and a plan built from hate. Even after the government of the UK has promised change, it takes time, and time is something we can no longer afford to waste. The next Nicholas Prosper may already be watching, waiting, learning, just as quietly, just as patiently. And as the world spins forward, more connected and exposed than ever, the real question lingers in the quiet. What happens when the next warning sign goes unnoticed? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Yes, you heard that right. A teenage boy not only murdered his parents, but lived with their corpses for days, and then spoke openly about wanting to assassinate President Trump, all of it fueled by a twisted, radical ideology rooted in white supremacy. But before this nightmare unfolded, the question remains: who was this teen, and how does someone go from being a model student to plotting acts of unthinkable violence? His name was Nikita Kossep, known to most simply as Nicky. Just 17 years old, Nicky was a high school student living in the quiet, peaceful suburbs of Waukesha, Wisconsin. The kind of town where the American dream felt alive. Manicured lawns, friendly neighbors, and evening walks with dogs. On the surface, his life looked perfect. He lived in a spacious 4-bedroom home on Cider Hills Drive, with his mother, Tatiana Kossep, and his stepfather, Donald Meyer. They had a big house, a stable life, and even a loyal family dog named Toby. To the outside world, Nicky was polite, reserved, and respectful. Teachers described him as quiet but well-behaved. He wasn't a troublemaker. In fact, he was once honored as Student of the Month at his school, Waukesha U.S. Health Department High School. His grades were strong, his attendance impeccable. There were no major red flags. Until one day, he vanished. He stopped coming to school. Teachers were puzzled. Friends noticed his silence online, and then the calls stopped. What came next would stun the entire community. Because behind Nicky's calm exterior, a much darker transformation had been taking place, one that no one saw coming. And by the time the truth surfaced, it was already far too late. Nicky's last day at school was February 12, 2025. At first, no one thought much of it. Kids get sick, families go on sudden trips. But as the days passed, concern grew. Weeks went by and still no sign of Nicky or his parents. The school received one email claiming Nicky was sick, but something about it felt off. The email couldn't be verified. Then things got even stranger. On the morning of February 28, Judith Meyer, Donald's mother, called in for a welfare check. She hadn't heard from her son in weeks, and she was worried. Around the same time, a school resource officer at Nicky's high school also contacted police, making 2 separate welfare check requests in just 5 minutes. That was enough for the Waukesha police to act now. Officers arrived at the house on Cider Hills Drive at approximately 10:11 that morning. They knocked on the door, but there was no answer. They walked the perimeter and still nothing. So they turned to the area's automated license plate recognition system, cameras that scan and record vehicle activity. And what they found raised even more questions. Donald's black 2018 Volkswagen Atlas Cross Sport hadn't been seen since February 23. Tatiana's white 2019 BMW was last seen way back on February 11, the very same day Nicky stopped going to school. Because of this discovery, Alarm bells were now fully ringing. Police then contacted Donald's employer. His manager told them that Donald had been texting in sick between February 13 and February 25, claiming he wasn't well enough to speak on the phone. He said he'd be back at work by March 3, but the manager noted something chilling. Those messages were completely out of character. Donald was reliable and communicative, so for him to go completely dark like that was bizarre and deeply troubling. At 1:52 in the afternoon, after hours of silence and unanswered questions, police forced entry into the home. What they discovered was every officer's nightmare. The moment they stepped inside, the unmistakable odor of human decomposition hit them. In the hallway near the kitchen, hidden under a pile of blankets and clothes, was the body of Tatiana Kasap. She had been shot 3 times, twice in the stomach, once in the neck. She was just 35 years old. Officers immediately exited the scene to obtain a search warrant. When they re-entered at 5 o'clock that evening, they found Donald Myers' body in the first-floor office, a single bullet wound to the back of the head. Execution style. He was 51. But Nikki, 17-year-old Nikki, and the family dog, Toby, were gone. Now it's safe to say that the house was a mess. Furniture was displaced, artwork had been taken off the walls, drawers and closets had been rifled through, their contents scattered everywhere. The mattress from the master bedroom had been removed from its frame. Empty bank envelopes were found in the kitchen. Something had clearly happened here, and whoever did it had taken their time. With the parents dead and the son missing, investigators turned to surveillance and cell phone data, and what they discovered painted a haunting timeline. Nikki hadn't just fled. He had stayed in that house, lived in that house, for 12 full days with the bodies of his murdered parents before finally leaving town in his stepfather's Volkswagen. He then traveled through 6 states, Iowa, Illinois, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, and Kansas. At 11:25 p.m. on February 28th, the same day his parents' bodies were found, Nikki was located in Winfield, Kansas, more than 800 miles away from Waukesha. He was arrested during a traffic stop, and what police found inside the vehicle left no doubt in their minds. On the floorboard of the car was a loaded Smith & Wesson W357 Magnum revolver. It matched the description of a firearm recently purchased by Donald Meyer. Also found were rounds of ammunition, over 70 pieces of jewelry, multiple tablets, 4 cell phones, 3 laptops, a safe that had been forcibly opened, and more than $14,000, 0 cents in cash. There were also credit cards and driver's licenses belonging to his parents and Toby. The family dog was found alive in the car. After piecing together the evidence, authorities concluded that Tatiana and Donald had most likely been killed on February 11th, 17 days before their bodies were discovered. Nikki had lived with the bodies for nearly 2 weeks before taking off with their car, cash, valuables, and even the dog. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 2 counts of hiding a corpse, 2 counts of theft, operating a motor vehicle without the owner's consent, and 2 counts of identity theft. Now here's where it gets even more chilling. This wasn't just a sudden outburst or a fight gone wrong. Prosecutors believe Nikita had been planning the murders for months. And he wasn't planning alone. According to court documents and witness testimony, Nikita had been messaging with someone in Russian through the app Telegram, a platform often used by extremists because it's encrypted and harder to trace. One of his classmates, only identified as Witness A, told authorities that Nikita said he had been talking to a man on Telegram and that the 2 of them were working together to overthrow the U.S. Nikita even said they had plans to assassinate President Donald Trump. That's not just disturbing, it's terrifying. Now, when Nikita was arrested, we mentioned earlier that the police found valuable items in his car that pointed directly to him being the killer. However, there was one item that stood out above all the rest: an unassuming memory card. At first, it seemed like just another ordinary piece of evidence, but what was on it would send shockwaves through everyone involved in the case. On this memory card, investigators discovered images and videos that were nothing short of disturbing. These weren't just random shots. These were chilling recordings that showed Nikita actively documenting his crime. According to the criminal complaint, One of the most haunting videos captured Nikita adjusting a camera and then pointing it directly at the dead body of his stepfather, Don Meyer. This was no accident. Nikita knew exactly what he was doing. What makes this even more sinister is what happened next. In the video, Nikita can be seen lighting candles around his stepfather's body. Why would he do that? Some believe he was trying to mask the awful smell of decomposition, but others suggest that this act wasn't just about hiding a smell. It was an eerie, almost ritualistic gesture. It's as if he was creating a scene, setting a stage for someone to witness his crime. But it doesn't stop there. The videos go further, showing Nikita allegedly pointing his phone at the body and speaking to someone on the other end of the line. This person remains unidentified, but in the video you can hear Nikita saying, "So you can see him there. I can literally see the body there." It's chilling. He wasn't just filming for his own satisfaction, he was showing someone else. Investigators believe this person could be the same man Nikita had been messaging on Telegram, discussing far more disturbing topics. According to reports, these messages involved plans to take down the US government. A thought that's as disturbing as it is confusing. Now let's take a step back and look at Nikita's background. His story is not just one of a troubled 18-year-old, it's one of obsession and darkness. Nikita moved to the United States from Moldova at the age of 7. Moldova is a small country in Eastern Europe, right next to Ukraine, and it has strong Russian influences. But what's truly chilling is the fact that Nikita had very little family left in Moldova. His grandmother was the only relative still alive, yet he developed an almost unhealthy obsession with Russia, fascism, and violence. This obsession became even clearer when his classmate, known as Witness A, came forward. According to her testimony, Nikita would send her horrific gore edits, videos that mixed graphic and violent imagery with Russian music. These weren't just random videos. They were carefully crafted clips that reflected the twisted mindset Nikita had developed. She described how Nikita even added her on Snapchat and began pushing for a relationship despite her clear lack of interest. But the creepiness didn't stop at unwanted attention. Nikita began talking about his desire to kill his parents. At first, he claimed it was just talk, something he didn't really mean. He reassured her in December of 2024 and again in January of 2025. But Witness A could sense something wasn't right. She even told Nikita that he seemed like a Nazi and a school shooter. She told him he needed help, but despite her concerns, it seems she didn't report any of this to the authorities. He had been speaking with someone in Russian about moving to Ukraine after committing these crimes, so the state is concerned that he's a flight risk if he is ever released. One of the most critical pieces of evidence came when police discovered a photo in January. It showed Nikita holding a Smith & Wesson handgun, the exact same weapon that investigators believe he used to kill his parents just a month later. This was not a coincidence. It wasn't until nearly a full month after his arrest that prosecutors officially filed murder charges against Nikita Kasub. By then, he had been caught in a small, rural Kansas county and had appeared virtually for an extradition hearing. The case moved forward in the District Court of Trego County, Kansas, under the case name State versus Nikita Kasub. Later on, authorities extradited him back to Wisconsin, where he made his first court appearance on lesser charges. At that time, prosecutors had not yet officially filed murder charges, but they were already signaling that they were coming. Initially, he was charged with taking his stepfather's Smith & Wesson handgun and the family car without consent, both of which carried serious weight considering the violent aftermath. Then came the autopsy reports, which painted a horrifying picture. Don, his stepfather, had been executed with a single gunshot to the back of the head, likely from behind. His mother, Tatiana, suffered 3 gunshot wounds, one at close range to the neck, and 2 others that were non-fatal. This detail suggested a chaotic and possibly prolonged encounter, raising more questions about motive, planning, and intent. It wasn't just a tragic event, it was a calculated act of violence. Still, in those early days, Nikita's bond was set at $250,000, 0 cents, as authorities worked to build the homicide case. 2 weeks later, the full weight of the law came crashing down. Prosecutors formally charged Nikita with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, the most severe criminal charges available under Wisconsin law, and 2 counts of hiding a corpse. These weren't just bureaucratic escalations. They were charges that, if proven, could send the 17-year-old to prison for life. Prosecutors declared him an extreme flight risk, citing his movements across state lines, his attempts to convert assets using a Bitcoin machine, and the $14,000 in cash and jewelry found on him at the time of his arrest. They believed he had the means, and possibly the connections, to evade justice, and they pushed for bail to be raised to $5 million. But Nikita's defense team wasn't backing down. They argued that the initial charges, taking a gun and a car, couldn't even legally hold water since the items were taken from individuals who were already deceased, and thus couldn't have given or withheld consent. When it came to the murder charges, they insisted that a $5 million bail was excessive and unattainable for a 17-year-old. They claimed that the $250,000 bond should remain, framing Nikita as a troubled teen, not a calculated killer. At the bond hearing, the judge was visibly exasperated, not just by the nature of the case, but by the handling of the legal process. The judge wasn't just lamenting the bond debate, they were raising a broader question. When the system is faced with a suspect who allegedly murdered both parents, attempted to cover it up, and possibly plotted his escape, shouldn't the full legal framework be activated? The judge continued, highlighting the mountain of evidence laid out in the complaint. There's video evidence, there are communications, transactions, a witness. It's all here. If you believe he's a flight risk or a danger, don't just haggle over numbers. Use the mechanisms built into the law to keep the public safe. Despite the prosecution's push, the judge didn't grant the full $5 million bail. Still, it was clear the court recognized the gravity of the situation. The idea that a teenager had not only killed his parents, but lived in the same home with their decomposing bodies for 12 days was profoundly disturbing. Authorities have linked Nicky to a neo-Nazi group called the Order of Nine Angles, and his manifesto allegedly called for a violent political revolution. As of the time this video was made, Nicky remains in custody with a bond set at $1 million. He faces multiple charges, including first-degree murder, and his trial is set to begin on May 7, 2025. What makes this case truly chilling is not just the horror of the crime itself, but how a teenager, barely out of adolescence, could be so easily drawn into a world of extreme ideologies. One of the most unsettling pieces of evidence comes from a series of messages Nicky exchanged with a man on Telegram. In these messages, Nicky is shown toying with the idea of fleeing to Ukraine, wondering about the possibility of escaping the consequences of his actions. He even wrote, "So while in Ukraine, I'll be able to live a normal life even if, when it's found out, I did it." These words reveal a shocking level of detachment from the consequences of his actions. But even more disturbing is the way Nicky acknowledges that no matter what, the world will eventually know he was the one responsible for the murders. What stands out in these exchanges is the disturbing fact that despite his delusions about fleeing to Ukraine, Nicky was very clear-headed about one thing: the truth would eventually catch up to him. He wasn't trying to hide from the fact that he would be caught. He was simply trying to escape the fallout. But what's even more unsettling is how Nicky didn't even try to frame anyone else for the murders. There was no attempt to pin the crime on his parents or anyone else in the family. He didn't go through the motions of creating a false alibi. Instead, he accepted that the blame for the killings would fall squarely on him. This chilling realization only makes his actions seem colder, more calculated. Now, there are a lot of theories swirling around about whether Nicky's parents actually knew what he was planning, specifically his alleged desire to overthrow the U.S. government. Some believe they had suspicions, especially after receiving strange signals leading up to the murders. One particularly chilling detail comes from Donald Meyer's mother, Judith, who reportedly shared that her son had sent her some unsettling, cryptic messages shortly before he went radio silent. These weren't your usual check-in texts. They hinted that something was wrong, but Judith didn't know just how serious it was at the time. So what if his parents did know something? What if they started to piece things together, noticed a shift in Nicky's behavior, sensed his growing obsession with radical ideologies, or even confronted him about his extremist beliefs. According to some theories, this might be exactly why Nicky targeted his parents first, to eliminate the only people who could stand in the way of whatever twisted plan he thought he was about to execute. Think about it. His parents knew where the money was hidden. They were the ones who gave him access to the house, the resources, even the revolver that was later used in the crime. Maybe Nicky believed that as long as they were alive, they were a threat to his vision, so he made a calculated decision to remove them from the equation, brutally and without remorse. Now I want to hear your take. Do you think Nicky's parents suspected what was coming? Could this tragedy have been prevented if someone had intervened earlier or read the warning signs more clearly? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, the BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold. Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his two siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. Something happened. "They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, "because I don't know how I would have handled it." However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Rader disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Rader crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Rader overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Rader covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Rader took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Rader, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Rader now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Rader said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession, when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005, demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was my star young maiden that I will teach sex to. After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, he locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked, with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" in this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams. and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicky Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicky Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicky's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicky's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding. "Oh, I have suspicions." Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested." Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. He received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dolarhyde in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Raider 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK, for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum security facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad wash day. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Julia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Julia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Julia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Julia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Julia Tramontana was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Julia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Julia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Julia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnaiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a five-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Julia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They'd talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Julia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Julia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Julia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Giulia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Giulia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Giulia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Giulia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Giulia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Giulia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Giulia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Giulia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, He could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Julia's choice to become pregnant. Julia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Julia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Julia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Julia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Julia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Julia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Julia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Julia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Julia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Julia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Giulia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Giulia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Giulia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Giulia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Giulia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Giulia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Giulia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Giulia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Giulia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Giulia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Giulia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Giulia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Giulia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Giulia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Giulia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Giulia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Giulia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Giulia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Giulia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling, as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The chaos that unfolded wasn't caused by a gang member, a drug dealer, or a fugitive on the run. Surprisingly, the man at the center of it all was once a respected figure. A judge, a former lawmaker, and someone trusted to shape laws and deliver justice. But beneath the surface of his polished public image was a darkness no one expected. By the time the truth came to light, it was already too late. The community was left in shock, and a family was shattered beyond repair. As the police moved in to make the arrest, the man, Lance Mason, fled through the back door of his sister's house. But what could he have possibly done to trigger the arrival of an entire task force? Lance Timothy Mason was not your average public servant. He symbolized authority and respect. He had served as a state representative, a state senator, and a judge in Ohio. In every role, he carried weight. His voice was heard, and his decisions impacted lives. He once walked the halls of power with ease, shaping public policy and commanding silence in courtrooms. His resume was impeccable. Lawmaker, judge, city official, to the public, he represented leadership and responsibility. But while his public image was one of discipline and trust, his private life was collapsing under the weight of something much darker. What started as a promising career ended in a way no one could have predicted, turning a man who once defined justice into the face of a chilling crime. Mason didn't just play the game, he seemed to master it. And yet, as he climbed, something else rose with him. Something that stayed hidden behind the speeches and handshakes. Something that no title could erase. But just when he thought he was untouchable, police were searching his sanctuary, looking for him like a wanted criminal. In the quiet corners of his world, behind closed doors and far from the flash of cameras, tension was building. Those who paid close enough attention might have felt it. The way his polished smiles sometimes didn't reach his eyes, the flicker of control beneath the calm. No one asked, and he never said, but the air around him began to shift slowly. At first, like the hush before a storm. Then one day, that storm came. November 17, 2018. The day was supposed to be like any other, but for Aisha Frazier, it would be the last day she saw her children, the last day she could breathe freely. The two were supposed to meet at a decided place. It was the house owned by Lance Mason's sister, a house that would become the scene of unimaginable horror. Lance had already decided the fate of Aisha Frazier. That day, a knife was used as a weapon to stab the mother of his children. Lance Mason didn't just lose control, he planned it in front of their two children, who could do nothing but watch in paralyzing fear. He attacked her. The sound of the knife cutting through the air was drowned by the agonizing cries of their children. They screamed for their mom, but it was already too late. And then, in a final act of desperation, Mason fled. He didn't stop. He stole Aisha's SUV and sped off, but his attempt to escape wouldn't last long. In his reckless flight, he collided with a police cruiser, slamming into it with brutal force. The officer inside was injured, but Mason's terror was only beginning. He kept running, thinking he could outrun his past, but fate had other plans. It wasn't long before the law caught up to him, and the nightmare he'd set in motion would begin to unravel inside the house. Lynn Mason, his own sister, was on the phone with 911, her voice shaking with disbelief as she watched her brother destroy everything in his path. "He stabbed her and she is dead," she said. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Meanwhile, in the background, The children sobbed uncontrollably. Their cries were haunting evidence to the horror that had just unfolded. And when it did, it would leave scars so deep that even the highest seat of justice couldn't overlook them. The man who had once delivered verdicts from the bench would soon find himself on the other side of the law, bending his knees on the floor like he never saw what true power looked like. The story hadn't reached its climax, not until the mask slipped, not until the truth clawed its way to the surface. "Okay, have a seat right here." As his hands told the tale of the horrific fate that Aisha Frazier was met with, it was difficult to tell him apart from the charismatic man that he once was. Or was he ever that man? People will be left wondering. But before the horrific scenes of 2018, Lance had already given hints of what monstrosity he was capable of. It was a hot summer day on August 2, 2014, when the image of Lance Mason, the once respected judge and former state senator, was torn apart in a storm of rage and violence that no one saw coming. He wasn't wearing a robe that day. He wasn't behind a bench delivering rulings. He was behind the wheel of a car, his wife beside him, and their children in the back seat. What should have been just another ride turned into a nightmare. Without warning, the calm shattered. Mason began pummeling his wife with his fists, 20 savage blows, one after another, as if he had lost all sense of control, all sense of humanity. But he didn't stop there. With their terrified children watching from the back seat, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the car's center console. Not once, not twice, 5 brutal times. The force was enough to leave her dazed, bloodied, and in sheer panic. She tried to escape, desperate to get out, but even then, outside the car, away from the steering wheel and the false sense of safety, he followed. He bit her. He threatened her. His rage didn't cool. It followed her out of the vehicle like a predator locked on its prey. When the police arrested him later that day, the horror only deepened. Inside Mason's home was not the quiet, book-filled sanctuary one might expect from a judge. It was a war zone. Shotguns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, smoke grenades, a bulletproof vest, a sword, and more than 2,500 rounds of ammunition. It looked less like the home of a public servant and more like the stockpile of someone preparing for combat. It was chilling. Not just the violence he had committed, but the world he had built behind closed doors. That attack got him 2 years in prison, but he only served 9 months, a slap on the wrist, a second chance he never deserved. You know why it was just a slap on the wrist when Lance Mason first beat his wife? Because powerful people were right there beside him, shielding him, vouching for him, smoothing the way back. Then he punched her so hard she had to undergo surgery for a broken orbital bone. Their daughters were in the car when it happened. It wasn't just domestic violence. It was terrifying, and yet, when it came time to face consequences, Mason had an army of high professor supporters ready to downplay the horror. U.S. Representative Marcia Fudge called him a good man who made a very bad mistake. Letters poured in from politicians, attorneys, and judges, all speaking about his character, his decades of service, his reputation. The victim, Aisha Frazier, barely seemed to factor in. That collective influence worked. Mason got just 2 years in prison and was released after serving 9 months. 9 months for disfiguring a woman in front of her children, and then just a few years later, he murdered her. Stabbed her to death in front of those same daughters. Suddenly, those glowing endorsements from the political and legal elite became a stain. Marcia Fudge released a statement expressing heartbreak and claiming that the man who committed the murder wasn't the Lance Mason she knew. But that raises an uncomfortable question. If someone beats their partner so viciously they need surgery, how much more evidence do you need to protect the victim? During disciplinary hearings in 2017, other attorneys and judges again came to Mason's defense. They wrote letters expressing disbelief and emphasizing his achievements as a jurist. But the Ohio State Bar Association wasn't convinced. In their statement to the Supreme Court, they called out the letters for failing to explain what led to Mason's violent actions, or offer any assurance that it wouldn't happen again. This is more than just a case of poor judgment. It's a case study in how power protects power. even when it comes at the expense of a woman's life. Aisha was failed first by the justice system, then by the people who had the platform to do better. Instead of calling out the violence for what it was, too many were eager to excuse it, to write it off as an aberration from a man they respected. But monsters don't always look like monsters until it's too late. The hypocrisy is hard to stomach. The same people who once praised Mason's uncharacteristic mistake were suddenly offering condolences and shock. But here's the truth. They saw the violence, and they still chose to protect him. Aisha did everything right. She got the protection order. She followed the system. But Lance Mason had already made his choice, and long before the headlines and the whispers, before the scandal shattered the calm and sent shockwaves through Ohio's political circles, Lance Timothy Mason was just a boy growing up in Shaker Heights, bright, ambitious, and already dreaming of something bigger. Born on August 26, 1967, he followed a path that seemed carved out for greatness. From the hallways of Shaker Heights High School to the academic rigor of the College of Worcester, and finally to the esteemed University of Michigan Law School, where he earned his Juris Doctor in 1992. Mason's journey looked like the making of a legacy. Every step he took was calculated. Every role he stepped into only added to his growing reputation. Between 2002 and 2008, Mason served in the Ohio General Assembly, first as a representative and then as a senator, moving through the ranks with a confidence that suggested he wasn't just part of the system, he was built for it. His dedication and charm caught the attention of then-Governor Ted Strickland, who appointed him as a judge to the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas in 2008. A position of weight and visibility, a place where power wasn't just practiced, it was absolute. But the climb didn't end there. Nearly a decade later, in 2017, Mason returned to public service, this time as the Minority Business Development Administrator under Cleveland Mayor Frank G. Jackson. To outsiders, it seemed like a full-circle moment, an accomplished man continuing to serve, continuing to lead. His name appeared in political rosters and press releases, his image still polished and his influence very much intact. This was not a man at the beginning of his fall. This was someone already deep in descent. Mason had married his wife in 2005, but they were preparing for divorce, and by March 2014, they had separated. Still, that separation didn't offer her safety, not truly. Their divorce would only be finalized over a year later, in November 2015. The courtroom fell silent as Lance Mason, once a powerful figure draped in robes and respected in legal circles, stepped forward, now wearing a prison jumpsuit, wrists bound in cuffs. This wasn't a man accused of a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a man now facing the most horrific charge of all: the calculated, violent murder of his ex-wife, Aisha Fraser. It was a cold, unforgiving day on Chagrin Boulevard when the horror unfolded behind the closed doors of Fraser's home. There were no warnings, no second chances. According to the grand jury, Mason didn't just kill. He planned it with purpose and calculation. He carried out an attack so brutal it sent shockwaves through the very community he once served. Aisha Fraser, a beloved mother and schoolteacher, was stabbed to death. She had trusted the system to protect her. She had a protection order in place. But that paper shield was no match for the man who had already proven what he was capable of. At his arraignment, Mason stood still as the charges were read out, one by one. Aggravated murder, felonious assault, twice violating a protection order, grand theft. Each count painted a clearer picture of a man spiraling deeper into darkness. Each word was a knife to the memory of who he once was. And still, he pleaded not guilty. The judge listened, watched, and responded with a bond that matched the weight of the crime. $5 million, 0 cents. A staggering amount for a staggering fall. But no number could reverse what had happened. No courtroom procedure could bring Aisha Fraser back. But then, things changed for him. Whether it was his ego in the way, or hidden love for his children. Lance pleaded guilty of his crimes in his pre-trial hearing, sitting there in the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. He looked every bit the man who had shattered so many lives with his actions, with an unsettling calm. He said that he wishes to take responsibility for the crimes he had committed. Those words were heavy, but they didn't feel like remorse. They felt like a man just going through the motions, as if this was some kind of routine procedure, not the acknowledgement of a life-altering, soul-crushing tragedy. But then he dropped a sentence that showed his vulnerability. There was no way I was going to let my daughter testify against me. As those words left his mouth, it became clear this wasn't just a crime of passion or rage. It was calculated, cold. This was a man scared to face his daughter in court, scared of losing the delusion of being a great father that he thought he was to his children. Mason pled guilty to some of the most atrocious charges imaginable: aggravated murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, murder, violating a protection order, and grand theft. Every single charge was a grim reminder of the violence he had unleashed that day. As the courtroom absorbed the weight of his admission, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. This wasn't just a man who had gone astray. This was a man who had once held power, who had been trusted with the law, but now was nothing more than a broken figure sitting before a judge to answer for the unspeakable destruction he had caused. Aisha Frazier was more than just a name in the news. She was a devoted mother, a cherished friend, and a beloved schoolteacher in Shaker Heights, Ohio. To her students, she was a source of light. To her community, she was a role model. But on a quiet November day, her life was stolen in the most horrifying way imaginable by a man who once promised to be her protector. Aisha saw the worst in a man who rose to the highest rank in a system that failed her so many times to the point of losing her life. That's the tragedy that sparked Aisha's Law, a bold piece of legislation introduced by Ohio State Representative Janine Boyd, and now supported by over 32 co-sponsors in the Ohio House. But Aisha's Law isn't just about one woman. It's about every person trapped in a cycle of domestic abuse, and it's about finally changing a system that failed her, one that fails so many. Now, what exactly is Aisha's Law? It is a multi-layered bill designed to intervene before abuse turns deadly. It's based on one simple truth: domestic violence homicides are predictable. Victims often show signs, abusers escalate, and yet, too often the system doesn't catch the red flags until it's too late. This bill aims to change that. It includes mandatory risk assessment training for police. Case officers would be trained to identify high-risk abusers, the kind most likely to commit lethal violence. Instead of treating each case as isolated, officers would learn to ask the right questions, recognize patterns, and respond with urgency. This means victims at the highest risk could finally be protected before tragedy strikes. Number 2, 24/7 access to protection orders. If someone needs a protection order at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, they shouldn't have to wait until Monday morning. Aisha's Law would require courts to have judges or magistrates available 24/7 to issue emergency protective orders because violence doesn't wait, and neither should justice. Third key point: an expanded definition of child endangerment, which means that if a child is present when abuse happens, that's not just a side note, it's another layer of trauma. The bill expands child endangerment to include witnessing domestic violence, holding abusers accountable for the psychological damage inflicted on children, even if they aren't physically harmed, and then lastly, a broader definition of aggravated murder. It expands the definition of aggravated murder to directly reflect the reality of domestic violence cases like Aisha Frazier's. It means that if someone purposely kills a family or household member, and they already have a past conviction for domestic violence or any violent offense that caused serious harm to that same person, it can now be charged as aggravated murder. Let's be clear, this is huge. Why? Because in many past cases, abusers who escalated from beatings to murder weren't charged with the most serious level of homicide, even if their violence was part of a clear pattern. This update closes that gap and says, if you've seriously hurt someone before, and you come back and kill them, you're facing the highest possible charge under the law. Why does this matter so much? Because Aisha Frazier did everything right. She left, she got help, she followed the legal steps, but the system didn't protect her. Her daughters witnessed the unthinkable. Her mother's murder after watching her suffer for years. This bill doesn't just honor Aisha's memory. It arms communities, law enforcement, and the justice system with the tools they need to prevent similar tragedies. And the stats are chilling. Nearly 112 Ohioans died from domestic violence in a single year. The stats also show that nearly half of domestic violence victims in Cleveland are at high risk of being killed. And shockingly, in Cuyahoga County, only 1 in 3 abusers ever spend a single day in jail. But up until now, change has been slow and scattered. Aisha's Law, named in honor of Aisha Frazier, has actually passed the Ohio House, not once, but twice. Yet it's never made it all the way into law. Why? Because parts of the bill sparked pushback from prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys who disagreed with certain sections. As a result, both times it reached the Ohio Senate, it stalled. No vote, no law, no protection. Meanwhile, the threat to domestic violence victims hasn't slowed down, and survivors, they're still waiting for the system to catch up. Coming back to the man who once wore the robe of dignity and honor, the one who decided the fate of others, now his own fate rests in the hands of a parole board. Lance Mason, the former Cuyahoga County judge once trusted to uphold justice, is now serving a life sentence for the brutal murder of his ex-wife. But here's the twist that's left many stunned. He could one day walk free. After admitting to stabbing Aisha to death in front of their children, Mason was handed a life sentence. Yet it came with a caveat. He'll be eligible for parole in 35 years. That means at the age of 87, if he ever reaches it, the man who shattered a family and forever altered the lives of 2 young girls could make a case for his freedom. It's a painful reality for those who knew and loved Aisha, a respected teacher, a devoted mother, and a victim of unthinkable violence. Just 4 years before the murder, Mason had already served a shockingly brief sentence for violently attacking her in front of their children. He vowed then that he would never return to prison, but he did, and this time, he's not leaving. At least not for 35 years. For many, the idea of parole feels like a second betrayal, because some crimes, they say, deserve no second chances. But what do you think? Should someone who committed such a brutal act ever be eligible for parole, no matter how many years pass? Are 3 decades behind bars justice served? Or is it a loophole in a system meant to protect victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Angie Diaz was more than just a name in the headlines. She was a vibrant young woman, a devoted wife, and a daughter who brought light into every room she entered. But what began as a seemingly happy love story ended in one of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. The voice you just heard on that call, the laughter during a murder investigation, came from the very man who once vowed to love and protect her husband, the same man who would later be accused of taking her life in the most brutal way. Just 3 months before the tragedy, Angie and Jared stood hand in hand, smiling for wedding photos. They looked like any other couple starting a new chapter, filled with hope, laughter, and dreams for the future. But something went horribly wrong in the days that followed. What happened between their "I do" and the unthinkable moment Jared took everything away? The horror came to light on January 11, 2023. Until that day, everything on the surface seemed normal. Friends and coworkers described Angie as gentle, cheerful, and full of life. She was the kind of person who left a mark on everyone she met. But now, her absence left a haunting silence behind. As the community mourned, her loved ones struggled to understand how could someone so full of warmth meet such a violent end? And how could the person she trusted most be the one responsible? This is the story of a beautiful soul lost too soon, and the dark truth that tore her world apart. The nightmare had unfolded in the rural outskirts of Magnolia, Texas, a peaceful community known for magnolia trees and small-town charm, where violent crime was nearly unheard of, until now. The first medic on the scene paused, unsure whether they were walking into a suicide, an accident, or something else entirely. As he stepped inside, a realization hit. They weren't there to save a life anymore. Angie was gone, decapitated, and her head was mercilessly dumped in the bathtub. The living room floor was soaked in blood. Cigarette butts were scattered around the body. Blood-stained clothes were tossed carelessly near. This wasn't just a killing, it was rage. It was personal. It was deliberate. What happened in that house between two people who once vowed forever? And what drove Jared Dicus to commit one of the most brutal acts in recent Texas memory? In fact, if anything, people might have pointed fingers at his older brother Wayne. He had long battled meth addiction and had tangled with the law more than once, starting back in 2018 when he was only 20. Jared, on the other hand, was the responsible one, the quiet one. He played football in high school, held a steady job as an electrician, and had a reputation for looking out for his troubled brother. He'd even called the police on Wayne once for stealing copper wire, though he later expressed regret. Now, Jared had lived in the Houston area all his life. There was nothing about his background that hinted at the horror he would eventually unleash, but perhaps the cracks were there, small fractures, waiting to split wide open. Then came Angie. Their paths crossed in 2022 at Cheap's Meat Market, where Angie worked as a cashier. A chance meeting that turned into a whirlwind romance. To outsiders, it looked like fate. They moved fast, too fast, and by October of that year, they were married. Angie Diaz had her own story. Born in Nicaragua in October 2001, she was raised by a single mother who often left the children in the care of relatives while working in Costa Rica to support them. Angie was smart, driven, and deeply loyal to her family. She studied accounting at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua at León and was known for her work ethic and maturity beyond her years. But life took a sudden turn when her aunt, the woman who had raised her like a daughter, was diagnosed with cancer. That's when her biological mother, now in the U.S., paid smugglers to bring Angie and her siblings across the Mexican border. They arrived undocumented, seeking hope in a place that promised more than what they'd left behind. Angie quickly found work at the meat market and began promoting herself online as a personal trainer. Her posts brimmed with optimism and resilience. Reminders to celebrate your own victories because no one else truly knows what it took to earn them. But not everyone shared her urgency. Her mother, cautious and protective, told her to have patience, reminding her that things would come with time. Finances were tight, but Angie didn't want to wait. She wasn't going to sit behind a cash register forever. She had dreams, and in those dreams, Jared Dicus was suddenly front and center. He came across as charming, a former football player with small-town charisma and enough edge to feel exciting. Angie was smitten. Their social media feeds became a showcase of their young love, filled with laughter, road trips, and a carefully curated intimacy for their online audience. They got married just before Angie's 21st birthday, but not everyone was convinced this was her fairy tale ending. According to one of her closest friends, Angie had previously been in a serious relationship with a man named Jose. She had been planning to marry him in the U.S., a future that never came to be. But then she grew distant with everyone else in her life, almost around the same time she met Jared, the boy she thought would save her from the misery of a mundane life. Somewhere between letting go of that past and clinging to this new love story, Angie had rewritten her future in Jared's name. It was more of a fast-forwarded romance, so much so that Jared's family didn't even fully know who Angie really was. And maybe that speed wasn't just about love. There were whispers that immigration concerns played a part. Angie had once been in an accident, and rumors were there that it sparked fears of deportation. In Angie's mind, the timing of their wedding, just a few months into their relationship, suddenly seemed less about fairy tale endings and more about paperwork and panic. Even her friend urged her not to rush, to slow down and truly get to know Jared before binding herself to him legally and emotionally. She'd seen too many women fall into rushed, controlling relationships and suffer quietly behind closed doors. She didn't want her dearest friend to become one of them. But Angie didn't listen. Her uncle, who was a witness at her wedding, had noticed how quickly things were moving between her and Jared. Like her mother, he grew concerned. He sat her down one day and gave her the kind of advice someone gives when they've seen too much of how the world works. He told her not to make a decision out of desperation. Not for papers, not for a green card, not for legal status. And Angie insisted. She loved Jared deeply, that they were doing fine, and all of this was real. Her family was worried. They weren't convinced that the timing was right, and when they found out Angie and Jared were getting married, it felt like it had all happened too quickly. It was hard not to wonder if their fears were being ignored, or worse, if Angie was ignoring red flags she couldn't or wouldn't want to see. Because not long after the wedding, the cracks in that fresh start began to show. Maybe Angie truly believed this was her fresh start, that this love, this man, this marriage could be her new beginning, a clean break from the sacrifices and hardships of her past. But whatever happiness she clung to was built on shaky ground, because while social media told one story, a blissful young couple glowing with affection, the reality was much darker. Behind the smiles, there were cracks, patterns, red flags. People close to her urged caution, asked her to set boundaries, to make sure Jared treated her with the respect she deserved. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of something that feels like love, it's hard to see where adoration ends and obsession begins. And all too soon, Angie would find out, when it was already far too late. When Angie first introduced Jared to her circle of close friends, it was supposed to be a casual get-together, just some laughs, shared drinks, and good company. But something about it felt off, even then, though no one fully grasped it at the time. They were a tight-knit group, mostly Spanish-speaking, and Angie had always fit right in. That night, one of her friends brought some beers, thinking it would help Jared ease into the group. Instead, it seemed to make things worse. Jared didn't speak Spanish at all. As the conversations flowed in a language he couldn't understand, frustration began to flicker across his face. Angie, trying to bridge the gap, kept translating back and forth. Her friend noticed how tense she got, always looking to Jared as if checking whether he was okay, whether he was angry. They started calling him Rojo, red for his hair. It was a light-hearted nickname among friends, but Jared didn't laugh along. He didn't smile. He sat stiffly, disconnected. And sometimes, without saying a word, he'd just leave. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. What seemed like awkwardness at first, in hindsight, began to look a lot more like resentment. Jared wasn't just irritated that he couldn't follow the conversations. He was alienated. He felt like an outsider around Angie's people, in her world. And the way he handled that wasn't with curiosity or patience. It was with cold detachment, maybe even simmering anger. After the wedding, things got worse. Angie's friend remembered the shift, how Jared's discomfort turned into distance, how he stopped making any effort. The gatherings became fewer, the joy dimmed. Angie became quieter, and when she did show up, she never really seemed fully there. Looking back, her friend could trace the moment the light in Angie's eyes started to fade. The pressure of trying to make two worlds fit together was falling squarely on Angie's shoulders, and she was doing all she could to keep it from breaking. But sometimes the cracks are too deep to hide. As 2023 rolled in, Jared Dicus was unraveling fast. By November, his volatility had reached dangerous heights. He'd been arrested for driving while intoxicated after causing a scene at a local restaurant, shouting, acting aggressively toward the staff. When police arrived, they found him belligerent, punching windows. He was so out of control, they had to strap him into a restraint chair just to draw a blood sample. It wasn't just alcohol. The police suspected meth was coursing through his veins. By January, Jared was out on bond, but nothing about him had stabilized. Behind closed doors, Angie was growing more and more afraid. She asked Jared's mother, Lynn, directly, that Jared stop sleeping in the same house as her. In the final week of her life, Jared had started asking to move back in with his parents, into the house he'd just spent money fixing up, for him and Angie. Why? No one could quite understand. But it was clear he didn't want to be in that house with Angie anymore. And maybe, just maybe, Angie didn't want him there either. You know things are serious when your boss notices it too. Ruth Almendaraz had worked closely with Angie at the meat market. To her, Angie wasn't just an employee, she was like a daughter. The two shared a quiet closeness built over time. Ruth had seen her through cheerful mornings, long shifts, and bursts of laughter behind the counter. And it was at this very counter where Angie had first met Jared. But things changed after the wedding. Slowly. At first, Angie, once so warm and full of light, started retreating into herself. She grew quieter, more nervous. She wasn't as quick to smile, and she was always looking over her shoulder. Jared had started showing up at the market too often, just standing there looking for her, hovering around the counter. It made people uncomfortable. Then came Tuesday, January 10th, the day before Angie's murder. Ruth walked in around early afternoon and immediately sensed something was off. Her staff flagged her down, urging her to talk to Angie. At first, she assumed it was a work issue, maybe a customer complaint or a mistake, but they said, no, it was more serious than that. Angie didn't look well. Her eyes were distant, her energy drained. She looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying too much. Ruth pulled her aside gently, asking what had happened. That's when she noticed it. A bruise on Angie's shoulder. Not the kind you get from bumping into a door. This was something else. Another coworker, Erica, joined them in the back kitchen. Together, they sat with Angie for a few quiet minutes. That's when she opened up. She told them she was planning to leave Jared, not maybe, not one day, she was sure. And then Angie said something else. Things that went beyond just hitting. She told Ruth they had been arguing all night, which Ruth would later tell the cops. That Sunday, Angie had gone to the movies with her aunt. Just a simple outing, something completely normal for her. But Jared hadn't wanted her to go. He didn't want her seeing anyone. Didn't want her to have even a sliver of independence. When she got back home that night, it all exploded. Jared kept her up all night, refusing to let her sleep. Angie looked drained when she showed up at work the next morning, pale, hollow-eyed, like someone who had been pushed far past the edge. And then, as she tried to shower and get ready for the day, the argument escalated. And then Ruth would tell the officer that Jared had assaulted Angie while she was in the shower. It wasn't a matter of if anymore. Angie had been living in fear, and now it was written across her body. As Ruth gently pressed, Angie confessed even more. This wasn't just one fight. This wasn't a bad night. It was a pattern. And she was ready to break it. She told Ruth she had made up her mind. She told Ruth that it was time to leave. Angie didn't tell Jared she was moving out, not exactly, but she did tell him that she wasn't going to keep living that way. She wasn't going to tolerate the control, the fear, the violence. It was the first real declaration of her intent to escape. But what no one knew then was that this small act of resistance, this whisper of freedom, might have been what sealed her fate. And when Angie paused while telling the horrors she had faced, Ruth put a stop to the conversation, saving it for later. They made plans to talk again. Angie had Friday off and told Ruth she wanted to go for coffee somewhere quiet, away from the market, where she could finally say everything without people overhearing. But that coffee never happened. Tuesday was the last time Ruth saw her alive. After the murder, Ruth checked the security footage, desperate to find proof of that final conversation. The cameras had captured them talking at the register, but there was no sound, no microphone, just a silent video of a young woman, bruised and broken, sharing what she could before she ran out of time. And that silence would haunt Ruth forever. Then, on the night of January 8th, just 3 days before Angie's murder, something unsettling happened. At nearly midnight, Jared made a strange call to 91011. He was disoriented, paranoid, barely coherent. In a shaky voice, he claimed he'd taken drugs and needed help. He didn't seem sure of anything. Not where he was, not what he had taken, not why he even called. But he did ask for an ambulance. Paramedics were dispatched immediately, but just a few minutes later, Jared called again. Still confused, still mumbling about feeling unwell, unsure whether he meant what he said. It was clear something had altered his state of mind. Something strong. When the medics arrived, they transported him to the hospital, where it was confirmed Jared had been using methamphetamine. It was a devastating blow to his family. Jared's older brother had struggled with meth for years, tearing their family apart in the process, but Jared had never been that kid. He was the other son, the one who stayed away from the actions that would put his parents down, or so they thought. Jared had admitted to his parents briefly and in passing that he'd taken meth, only to deny it moments later. He flipped between admissions and deflections. One second he was crying, the next he was lying. The moments between might be uneventful for those who did not witness what happened between this couple, but it became evident on January 11 how deep trouble ran through in those days. It was a Wednesday morning, quiet, uneventful, and eerily still, but the silence was about to be shattered. Jared had returned to his home around 4 a.m. after what seemed to be a typical shift. His house, nestled in the back of his parents' property, sat dark and isolated. He slipped inside without much notice. No one saw him again for several hours. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that his mother, Lynn, caught sight of him again. He came back into their house, but something was off. He seemed nervous, unfocused. And then she heard it. A phone ringing. Not his usual ringtone. Not even his usual phone. It was a device she didn't recognize. Curious and concerned, Lynn questioned him about the unfamiliar phone. Jared casually claimed to have multiple phones, but the story didn't sit right. Something about the device, the look, the feel, it wasn't his. And when he finally pulled it from his pocket, the screen was in Spanish. That's when Lynn's heart dropped. She knew immediately this was Angie's phone. Angie, who never left her phone behind. Angie, who had been growing increasingly distant and afraid. Who just days earlier had been bruised and exhausted from yet another sleepless, violent night. Lynn didn't wait. She bolted out of the house with her husband, Rodney, heading straight toward Jared and Angie's home. Deep down, she already feared the worst. There was only one entrance, the front door. As they pushed it open, a wave of darkness met them. At first, they couldn't see anything. But with a single step inside, Rodney froze. What he saw would haunt him in his sleep forever. He turned to his wife and told her not to come in, but it was too late. Lynn stepped inside and saw the horror for herself. Angie's lifeless body lay inside. Her young face, once vibrant, was now still, brutally silenced. Panic set in. Lynn fumbled with her phone, unable to think, unable to act. Rodney grabbed it from her and made the call. Not just to report a death, but to report their own son, the boy they'd raised, the man who had once promised to protect Angie, now suspected of ending her life. Lynn would then brief the officer about her son's issues. The police were called, and when they arrived, there was no question who they would arrest. Jared had been the last person with her. He was in possession of her phone. He had a documented history of violent outbursts and drug use, and Angie had told those closest to her that she didn't feel safe anymore. This, according to investigators, was the final tragic act in a toxic, unraveling relationship. A young woman who wanted out, and a man who couldn't bear to lose control. Jared was taken into custody, but that was only the beginning. The interrogation tapes would reveal even more unsettling truths about what really happened between Jared and Angie. Because when police sat Jared down and started asking questions, a new, disturbing narrative began to take shape. At first, Jared dissociated himself from the situation. Then he cracked under pressure, telling the officers that he had used the same knife against his wife that she took out for her self-defense against him. In the months that followed Angie's death, the case against Jared Dykus moved swiftly. The evidence was overwhelming. His erratic behavior, the bruises Angie had tried to explain away, the phone in his pocket that wasn't his, and most damning of all, the scene inside their home. Prosecutors argued that this was no sudden outburst. It was the tragic culmination of months of escalating violence, fueled by substance abuse, control, and a refusal to let Angie leave. Jared's defense tried to shift the narrative, claiming he'd only used meth once, that he was confused, overwhelmed, not in his right mind. But the jury didn't buy it. On July 31, the trial came to a close. Jared Dykus was sentenced to 40 years in prison. 4 decades behind bars for the brutal murder of Angie. For Angie's family and friends, the sentencing brought some sense of justice, but no sentence, no number of years could ever bring her back. The young woman who dreamed of freedom, who was trying to find the courage to start over, had her life stolen before she ever got the chance. How many more women have to die after asking for help before someone listens in time? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The footage you just saw wasn't fiction. It wasn't acted. It was real. These were real people, real victims caught in the grip of a monster hiding in plain sight. That monster was 36-year-old Maury Troy Travis. His crimes were so disturbing, so inhuman, that the local police chief ordered psychological counseling for any officer forced to view the evidence. The basement where he committed his atrocities became known as something closer to a torture chamber than a crime scene. Maury Travis didn't just kill, he orchestrated cruelty. He lured women into his home with cold calculation, brought them down into his basement, and subjected them to torture that defies comprehension. But how did such a seemingly quiet, respectful man carry out acts so horrific? What could drive someone like Travis to such depths of evil? And how did he manage to keep his crimes hidden in a quiet suburb? To understand the darkness behind the mask, we need to go back to the beginning. Maury Troy Travis, born on October 21, 1965, in St. Louis, Missouri, lived a life that on the surface looked painfully average. Known as Toby to those close to him, he grew up in Carr Square, a public housing complex, before his family moved to a modest home in Ferguson in 1976. He lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis. There were no signs of physical abuse, no record of early criminal behavior, just the usual growing pains of a quiet, introverted kid. He was polite, exceptionally polite. Teachers remembered him as well-mannered and soft-spoken. One neighbor recalled him mowing lawns without being asked. A teacher described him as one of the quietest students she'd ever had. For years, no one saw him as anything but a background character. Unremarkable, invisible, and easily forgotten. Even when investigators later retraced his past, interviewed old classmates and neighbors, many couldn't even remember him. He had left so little impression on the world around him, until the truth of what he became finally surfaced. And when it did, it left scars not just on his victims, but on an entire city. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300, 0 cents a day. Morris's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record before these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, the court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he was living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior, although he had 13 conduct violations. They were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time, initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stages due to drug charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, March 2001 saw Maury's girlfriend leave him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, 4 suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage since they chose drugs over their children, although it's not confirmed. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. Maury would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times, he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a nearly naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern in the months that followed. The tragedies escalated on March 24, 2001, when the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Elisa Greenway, a 34-year-old, caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 5, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Devon Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming 4 lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Mascoutah, Illinois on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope: Thraldom, 325311 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10,012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. Zip code 10,012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional, so why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last." The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims, and as evidence of their identity, providing directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com. According to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez, on May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its maps site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. It took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227 and 106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227 and 116.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2002, WorldCom's internet division UUNet identified the user as MSN Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The talking letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence including DNA, entire trademarks linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maurice's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene hidden within the depths of his home. They discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maurice's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letter sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found bloodstains on the walls, ceiling, carpet, and furniture. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come: videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers in the states of Missouri and Illinois. Between 2002, Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on two of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger said that investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home showing plans for a basement extension. Heger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims, who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. One or more limbs and one or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless, coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4-length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Lorraine, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5'1" and 5'6", and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair when discovered. The victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white, checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger, and a pair of gray shorts from the brand Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascataw, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African-American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit bearing the brand Jason Matthews with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just one St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury. His arrest on June 7, 2002. The city saw darkness again 3 days later, on June 10, 2002. Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out, and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why. I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma Marina James and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that forever. Your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violated jail rules, skipping 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts. In 2014, she rented the house to Katrina McGaw without mentioning its dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating that she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past in this country. Landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month, despite Sandra's objections. The situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not have been ethically right to do so. On the other hand, McGaw, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had occasionally played near the same pole in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remained unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing? Not even the women he dated? And then, the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the reality of prison more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? This case raises more questions than answers. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandro Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandra screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified. And then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandra Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandra remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandra visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandra took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved one's encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank, but she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable, but at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Mattuzzi, He was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padavani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talk about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padovani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life, just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city. He accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust. At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandro wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning, polite and never pushy. Alessandro began to see him as someone she could lean on, someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padovani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandro was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. There was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padovani began crossing more and more boundaries, trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padovani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padovani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padovani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padovani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandro knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary, he took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandro Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, she detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandro remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandro shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandro once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling: "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padovani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padovani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padovani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padovani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padovani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia, under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padovani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandro's return. That happened just hours before the crime, one of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padovani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padovani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandro approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padovani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padovani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandra tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padovani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padovani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padovani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padovani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padovani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padovani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padovani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padovani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padovani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Matteusi, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandro was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padovani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padovani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandra Matteusi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padovani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Sarah Beth and Jennifer Cooper, who had just been informed that their husband had passed away. On November 4, 2015, 37-year-old Andrew Harmon was shot dead in his own home. But as the weeks-long investigation unfolded, detectives would uncover a complex marriage, tangled lies, and a chilling conspiracy that uncovers a betrayal hiding in plain sight. On November 4, 2015, around 5:40 p.m., officers received a frantic call from a terrified wife. With this information, police and EMS quickly raced to Central Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. Upon reaching there, they met with a grim sight: a man who had collapsed on the front porch. He was shot in the face and bleeding heavily from the head. Realizing the urgency of the scene, they rushed him to the emergency room, where he clung to his life. This injured man was identified as 37-year-old Andrew Harmon, who lived there with his wife and stepdaughter. As the victim clung to life in the hospital, officers were attempting to capture the active shooter. To get into the depth of the case, they decided to seek answers from the very person who had witnessed it all: Andrew's wife, Sarah Beth. She had even made the horrifying 911 call, which made her even more important for the investigation. Sarah was called in for questioning along with her daughter, as she was present in the house at that time as well. She appeared genuinely concerned about Andrew's well-being, but the detectives were leaving no room for doubts about her motives. The investigation had just begun, and the detectives were relieved to have their first lead on the attacker. She also mentioned that earlier that night, she went across the street to confront Andrew's first wife, 30-year-old Jennifer Cooper. However, according to her, Trey was not among the shooters. She explained that both the driver and the passenger were shooting. With these new details, detectives believed that Sarah's confrontation with Jennifer and her friend, Trey, could have triggered the shooting, so they focused primarily to find Trey. But just as they felt a sense of hope from this lead, a devastating update shifted the tone. Upon receiving news of Andrew's death, the case was officially classified as a homicide. Even after an extensive search, they couldn't locate Trey, and Jennifer was the only person who might have known his whereabouts. Realizing she could hold the key information about the murder, detectives wasted no time and rushed to her place for confrontation, but soon they were taken aback. This was Jennifer's sister, and what she told the detectives left them in shock. Sarah was not Andrew's legal wife, which made them question all the discoveries they'd made until now. This information not only added more complexity to the case, but also cast even more suspicion on Sarah. Yet the detectives were still searching for Jennifer to hear her side of the story. To find her and trace her, they needed to know more about her and what she was capable of doing. They swiftly initiated a background check on her and discovered that Jennifer had previously been convicted of dealing methamphetamines. She even had an outstanding warrant for failing to register as a drug offender. This was their best chance to apprehend her for the offense, giving them the opportunity to question her further and unravel this twisted puzzle. This discovery made the detectives wonder whether Jennifer's drug addiction had led her to be involved with the shooting, or if there was still more to uncover. Determined to get answers, they increased their efforts to locate Jennifer. After 18 hours of investigation, they finally found her at her mother's residence and brought her in for questioning. Detective Vince Kingston walked into the room for questioning, unaware that she was about to reveal something that would completely change the course of the investigation. Based on the interview, it was clear that Jennifer seemed truthful, and the detectives felt no inconsistencies in her statement. But to be sure, they booked her for an outstanding warrant against her related to drugs. They also kept her cell phone with her permission for investigation, but the analysis would take time. This conversation, however, led to another speculation, that Trey could be involved with the attacker or ordered them to harm Andrew. Hopefully you can identify who she's talking about. Trey, who was the person that was involved in the disturbance right before the homicide happened? Sounds like he could be involved in what happened. With Trey as their prime suspect in the case, Now they began to look for his Cadillac with a broken tailgate. Just a few days later, detectives got good luck while tracing him and wasted no time. He was brought in for questioning. Trey claimed that both Sarah and Andrew were outside when she broke his taillight. This claim, however, brought him more on their radar, as this could be the reason for him to fire gunshots at them. To further confirm their suspicion, they asked more from him. Trey's statement was still to be cross-checked, and he was still under their suspicion until he revealed a shocking truth that left the officers stunned: that she had something to do in the murder group. Cross-verification of his claims would take time, but now they had Jennifer under the spotlight again, this time with a witness who claimed to have seen her calling someone, Trey himself, to find out the truth. They again went to the county jail for Jennifer. Detectives had retraced their steps again to her, and this time they weren't here for small talk. They needed answers, and for that, they started with the most pressing question: her relationship with her deceased husband. Jennifer looked visibly distraught with the loss she was facing and was trying hard to cope with it. But then again, one question arose: who pulled the trigger? Jennifer, this time, gave a name of whom she believed to be the shooter. It's worth noting here that Jennifer had been in jail for a while, and she had no way of knowing this information on her own. So where did this name come from? Then she was asked about the call she'd made to someone on that shooting day, as mentioned by Trey. Jennifer said that she'd called a friend to pick her up after Sarah had damaged Trey's car. She then again broke down. The detectives then asked her about her take on her husband's relationship with Sarah. With nothing against her and listening to her claims, Jennifer was out of their suspicion for now. They then reached her mother's house to confirm her claims about Isaiah. Now the officers were left with more questions than answers. Just as they thought they could finally have a breakthrough, they were again left empty-handed. However, they didn't lose hope and tried to find him in their database. Just as they entered his details, a picture appeared in front of them of a 17-year-old teenager, Isaiah Butler. Isaiah Butler does fit the general description of the suspect. He's young, he has close-cropped hair, but the matching description wasn't enough. They needed concrete evidence against him for this, so they called Sarah again to identify the man in question. Now, it was more than clear for them that this was the same person they were looking for. She identified that Isaiah. She's saying he's the driver and one of the shooters. She's 100% positive, but all the pictures sort of bond because it's 100% him. And the strange thing is, this name, Isaiah Butler, came from Jennifer. Last night she said, Isaiah Butler is actually one that shot Andrew. Obviously there's two people, but for some reason, she was convinced that he was the shooter. Isaiah became their prime suspect with this revelation, but it wasn't easy to track him down, to find him as soon as possible. They put out a bolo on him. Still, 2 days later he was nowhere to be seen, but a glimmer of hope emerged from another lead. They were finally able to get Jennifer's phone records, but they didn't match her claims. At 17:20, there was an outgoing text message from Jennifer Cooper to Isaiah Butler, that saying, "Call me about 9:20 in the evening." There is an incoming text message from Isaiah Butler, and it's a screenshot of a post about Andrew Harmon being killed. He comments, "Is this the same guy?" with question marks underneath it. It appears that he did not necessarily know who the victim was before all this happened, which makes me believe even further that Jennifer probably set this up. Jennifer's involvement in the case was becoming increasingly suspicious now. To confirm their doubts, they needed Isaiah in their custody, but he was still nowhere to be found. They then received another crucial lead, which could blow the case wide open. The suspected car was found by Shawnee officers, and evidence found inside pointed to it being the potential vehicle used during the shooting. It's worth noting here that the shell casing found at the crime scene was also a 9mm. They also gave Kansas City the name of the driver as well as his description, which was eerily consistent with someone. He was also 17 years old. But he refused to talk to the detectives at all, with no cooperation from him. The only way to uncover the truth was through the statements he'd already given to the Shawnee officers. Kansas police were soon briefed on his interview and the claims he'd made. The suspected multiple charges against him helped the officers to keep him in custody. Meanwhile, The shell casings from the crime scene and the car were sent in for a comparison test. The investigators had grown increasingly sure about Jennifer's involvement in the case. With her phone records showing her connection with Isaiah, it was becoming clear that she was involved. However, on their way to interview her again, they noticed something that could be the biggest breakthrough in the case. However, the chase was soon dropped, as it was dangerous at this speed for them as well as people driving around them. Despite having their main suspect in front of their eyes, they were left empty-handed. Then they finally reached the county jail to question Jennifer about all the mess she's created for a long time and kept playing with them. This time she was being questioned as a suspect and not a witness, but instead of answering the questions like before, she did something they didn't expect from her. With no possible new leads from Jennifer, they decided to go for a different approach. On the very next day, they called Isaiah's parents, hoping they might have some information about him. Unfortunately, even here, they were left empty-handed. But after 1 month, they received their biggest and most awaited breakthrough. Tulsa PD called them to inform them they had Isaiah Butler in custody. 4 months later, Isaiah was questioned at the Kansas City, Kansas courthouse. They began by asking him about that fateful day, to which he replied with eerie calmness. Isaiah then unraveled something that left everyone shocked. But he had just started. A teenager shooting at someone's house without any aim or target sent chills down their spines. He then revealed Jennifer's actions, which clearly put her at the crime scene. Isaiah was then confronted with the truth about his claims. He then finally admitted to having killed Andrew for a simple reason. Although they were able to get him and put him on trial, there was one question left unanswered. The officers presented all the evidence to begin a trial against the culprits. Ballistics confirmed that the shell casing from the crime scene matched the one found in the second suspect's vehicle, proving their involvement. Isaiah Butler pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 17 years. Consequently, Jennifer Cooper pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit first-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Mike Mansholt, a 17-year-old from Germany whose disappearance and death still leave more questions than answers. At first glance, Mike was just a regular teenager, healthy, adventurous, and full of life, but what happened to him in the summer of 2016 was anything but ordinary. In fact, it's one of the most chilling and unexplained cases in recent European history. When Mike's body was eventually discovered at the base of a cliff in Malta, it weighed only 35 pounds. Just months earlier, he had weighed nearly 5 times that. But that wasn't the most shocking detail. What horrified both investigators and his family was this. Nearly all of Mike's internal organs were missing. His heart, brain, lungs, liver, stomach, pancreas, bladder, and intestines, all gone. Even stranger, there were no visible signs of trauma, no open wounds, no cuts, no signs of surgery or animal attack. His body was somehow hollowed out. So how does a seemingly healthy, happy teenager go missing on a solo trip and end up dead in a state that defies logic and science? What or who was behind this? To understand how Mike even ended up alone in Malta, we have to look at who he was. Born on August 20, 1998, in the city of Oldenburg, Germany, Mike grew up in a family that loved adventure. His parents, Bernd and Suzanne, eventually separated and started new families of their own. Mike lived with his mother and half-sister, Maria, but remained close to his father, who had a huge influence on his love for exploration. Mike was no stranger to travel. As a child, he went on a 700-day sailing trip across the Atlantic with his father. They explored Iceland, Scotland, the Caribbean, living life far from the ordinary. That spirit of adventure stayed with him. By 17, Mike had already been to several countries and was known for being independent, respectful, and level-headed. He was calm and quiet, but curious. always searching for the next experience, the next horizon. But on what was supposed to be a short solo vacation to Malta, that curiosity would meet something dark, something none of his loved ones could have imagined. And to this day, no one knows what really happened to Mike Mansholt. In July 2016, 17-year-old Mike decided to travel alone for the very first time. His destination, Malta, a beautiful island country in the Mediterranean Sea, just 58 miles south of Sicily, Italy. With a population of around 500,000 and just over 120 square miles of land, Malta is a popular summer destination known for its beaches, warm climate, and low crime rate. Mike flew there to visit his girlfriend who was attending a language course, and obviously he was very excited to visit her. The meeting with his girlfriend took place on the 8th of July 2016, when Mike landed on the island of Malta. Wasting no time, he headed straight to Valletta, the capital city where she was waiting. The two were overjoyed to be reunited, and the island seemed like the perfect setting for a romantic and adventurous getaway. They spent the next few days living in the moment, laughing, exploring, and soaking in the Mediterranean sun. Together, they wandered through colorful streets, relaxed on golden beaches, tasted new foods, and admired Malta's historical charm. It was the kind of trip that felt almost magical, the kind that lives on in your heart long after it ends. But for Mike, the trip wasn't ready to end just yet. As their final day approached and his girlfriend prepared to fly back to Germany, Mike had a change of heart. He realized he had fallen in love, not just with the experience, but with Malta itself. He wanted more time to explore its hidden corners, meet new people, and continue the journey on his own terms. So he made a choice. He gave his girlfriend a warm goodbye, promising to stay in touch, and then informed his parents that he wanted to remain on the island for a few more days. Back in Germany, Mike's mother, Suzanne, was at home, while his father, Bernd, was on vacation in Croatia with other family members. Neither parent hesitated when Mike told them about his change of plans. They trusted him deeply. As mentioned earlier, Mike wasn't just any teenager. He had been traveling since he was very young, visiting almost every corner of the world. His parents often said that he was unusually mature for his age, calm, independent, and resourceful. Mike had a quiet confidence that set him apart. He knew how to handle situations that would rattle even some adults. So when he told them he wanted to stay a bit longer, they didn't worry. They believed in him. After his girlfriend flew back to Germany, Mike was ready to experience Malta in his own way, solo, spontaneous, and unfiltered. He checked into a hotel in Slima, a lively coastal city on the northeastern edge of the island. If you've ever been to Slima, you'll know it's a hot spot, bustling with tourists, lined with stylish cafes, restaurants, and boutiques, and always humming with activity. It's also the most densely populated city in Malta, which means something's always happening, no matter the time of day. Mike booked a room at the Astro Hotel, a well-known place in the area that was popular among solo travelers. It wasn't too fancy, but it had everything he needed. A clean room, decent Wi-Fi, and a view of the Mediterranean. It was the perfect base for a young adventurer wanting to explore the island at his own pace. On the morning of the 18th of July, things started off pretty normal, or at least they seemed normal. Hotel surveillance footage captured Mike leaving room 105 at exactly 8:39 a.m. He looked calm, casual, just a guy starting his day. Around 9:10 he was seen again at the hotel reception desk. He asked a few questions, nothing unusual, just small talk with the staff. Probably about local attractions or bike rentals. He was polite, smiling, the same laid-back vibe he always carried. After a brief chat, he headed back upstairs. He stayed in his room for almost an hour. Then at 9:55 he left room 105 again, and that's the last confirmed sighting of Mike in the hotel's security footage. He was wearing a blue t-shirt with a black backpack slung over one shoulder and his phone in hand. He looked ready for another adventure under the warm Maltese sun. Inside his backpack, he had packed the essentials: his GoPro camera, a portable charger, his ID, a credit card, and some cash, just enough for a day trip. It was a bright, cloudless day, the kind that makes you want to explore every hidden corner of the island. From there, Mike walked to a nearby port where he rented a mountain bike. It was a blue and black Lombardo Sturdy, perfect for off-road trails. Just minutes later, at exactly 10:11 a.m. that morning, he sent a voice message to his dad via WhatsApp. His voice sounded upbeat and chill. He talked about the bike rental and how he was planning to cycle around the island. He mentioned the steep hills and how he might need to walk the bike in some parts. Mike even promised to send a photo soon, but that picture never came. And that was the last anyone heard from him for a couple of days. No one heard from Mike, and at first no one freaked out. Mike was always the adventurous type. He loved exploring on his own, soaking up new places and living in the moment. It wasn't unusual for him to go quiet for a while. Fast forward to July 27th. That was the day Mike was supposed to fly back to Germany. His mom, Suzanne, and his sister Maria headed to the airport to pick him up. They stood at the arrival gate, scanning every face that walked through, expecting to see Mike rolling in with his backpack and a big smile. But Mike never showed up, at first. They figured maybe he had a layover in Frankfurt and had landed there instead, but then Suzanne's anxiety kicked in. She tried calling Mike's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She kept calling, hoping for a different outcome, but it was the same every time. Nothing. Her gut was telling her something was off. She called the airline for answers, and that's when she got hit with a bombshell. Mike had never boarded the plane. He had missed the flight completely. Now panic set in. Suzanne rushed to the police, filing a missing person report in the early hours of July 23. The authorities immediately took it seriously and put things into high gear, coordinating with the Maltese police. As Suzanne tried to piece things together, another shocker came her way. A German detective working on the case got word from the Maltese authorities. It turns out they'd already been searching for Mike for days. He had actually gone missing long before Suzanne realized something was wrong. On July 18, the very day he rented that mountain bike, Mike had never returned the bike, which he was supposed to drop off the next day. He also never came back to the Astra Hotel to check out or grab his things. Concerned, the hotel manager reported Mike's disappearance to the Maltese police on July 20. While the search for Mike was in full swing, his family in Germany had no idea what was happening in Malta. No one from the Maltese authorities had contacted them about Mike's disappearance. Some say it was because they didn't have the family's contact info. Others claim it was just negligence. Either way, Mike's dad, Bernd, was blindsided when he found out. Without wasting any time, he paused his vacation, grabbed Mike's brother Daniel, and hopped on the first flight to Malta. Though panic was setting in, Bernd tried to stay calm, thinking maybe Mike had missed his flight, lost his phone, or something like that. The family held on to hope, convinced Mike would turn up any minute. But what was really eating at Bernd was that Mike's phone was off, and there was no sign of him anywhere. Bernd stayed in constant contact with the authorities and even joined the search. The police combed every inch of Malta, checking ferries and small aircrafts, while flyers with Mike's face were plastered everywhere. On the 24th of July 2016, Interpol stepped in, and the case went international, with Germany and Malta working together. Then, on the 26th of July, 8 days after Mike vanished, the Maltese police got an anonymous tip. The caller said Mike was last seen near the Dingley Cliffs, 820 feet high in a hot spot for tourists. The guy who rented Mike the mountain bike had even mentioned that Mike had talked about visiting the Rabat catacombs nearby, so it was likely Mike had passed through that area. A full team was sent to the cliffs. Sniffer dogs, paramedics, firefighters, and Bernd and Daniel rushed there too. By the time they arrived, reporters were already asking questions, and emergency crews were on site. The search dogs soon picked up a scent, and after hours of searching, the unthinkable happened. Mike was found, but not alive. His body was discovered at the bottom of the cliffs, hidden under some bushes in a rocky outcrop. The bike he rented was found 98 feet above him, totally wrecked. Mike's body was sent in for an autopsy, and investigators found his sneakers and sunglasses nearby, but Mike was barefoot. His backpack containing his phone, laptop, GoPro, money, and credit cards was nowhere to be found. And the strangest part? Fresh hay was found near his body, as if someone had stepped on it and left a piece behind. But it couldn't have been Mike. He was barefoot, and his sneakers were found several feet away. When they asked a local farmer if he knew anything about the hay, he simply said he didn't. Burnt Mike's father wasn't about to let anything slide. After speaking with the farmer near the cliffs, he could tell something was off. The farmer seemed overly nervous, almost like he was avoiding the questions. When Burnt asked if he had seen anything unusual or if he knew where Mike's backpack might be, the farmer kept insisting he didn't know anything. But Burnt wasn't buying it. His heart was shattered over the loss of his son, but he refused to break down completely. He needed to get to the bottom of what had really happened. Mike's brother, Daniel, was hit the hardest. Unlike some half-siblings who struggled to get along, Daniel and Mike were inseparable. They had been thick as thieves, always dreaming about traveling the world together when they grew older. But now those dreams were ripped away, leaving Daniel with a pain that was impossible to ignore. When Suzanne, Mike's mother, heard the devastating news, it felt like she was trapped in a nightmare she couldn't escape. The idea that her son was gone was simply unimaginable. Mike's sister Maria was crushed too. The bond they shared was unbreakable, and now she would never see her brother again. And then there was Mike's girlfriend, who had already arrived in Germany, waiting eagerly for his return. She had been counting down the days, dreaming of finally being reunited with him. But in the blink of an eye, those plans were shattered, and the future they had imagined together was lost forever. Back then, this case didn't just shake Malta, it rocked the entire world. With Malta having a relatively low crime rate, something as tragic as this was completely unheard of. The news spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of media outlets in both Malta and Germany. But as the investigation dug deeper, even more strange and bizarre things started to unfold. Mike had always been obsessed with documenting his travels, filming every moment, which is why his GoPro was so important. If he'd captured anything on that last day, it could have been the missing piece to crack the case. But when Mike's body was found, only 3 items were recovered: his sneakers, his sunglasses, and the GoPro case. The case was attached to his belt, but no one knew whether it was empty or if the camera was inside. The GoPro itself was nowhere to be found. The moment Burnt, Mike's dad, arrived in Malta, he immediately asked about the GoPro. The lead investigator told him she had seen the GoPro case on Mike's belt and that it had been cataloged. But when Burnt went to check at the Astra Hotel where Mike stayed, all of Mike's belongings were handed over, except for the GoPro case. It didn't add up. Burnt couldn't shake the feeling that Mike had taken the case with him, and the camera, possibly holding crucial footage, could be the key to unraveling everything. But the next day, things got even stranger. All the police officers involved in the investigation suddenly denied ever seeing the camera case. They claimed nothing of the sort had been collected. Burnt was stunned. How could they deny it, when the lead investigator herself had confirmed it? When he confronted her, she stuck to the same story. There was no case. Something was definitely fishy. Just when it seemed like the case couldn't get any weirder, the police made a statement declaring that Mike's death was an accident. According to them, he had simply fallen from the cliff while riding his bike. But the way Mike's body was found didn't add up to that explanation at all. If he had fallen while riding, he would have dropped straight down, right? But Mike's body was found in a position that suggested he had fallen backward, which was nearly impossible if it was a natural fall. Despite all the inconsistencies, the police quickly closed the case, claiming Mike had fallen from a height of more than 30 meters and had somehow rolled to the spot where his body was discovered. But there was more. The coroner who examined Mike's body told Burnt that Mike hadn't suffered because he had broken his neck in 2 places, which caused almost instant death. But here's the catch. No x-rays had been done on Mike's body at that point, so how could the coroner make that call? Was he just guessing? A month later, the autopsy report was finally released. It confirmed through DNA testing that the body was Mike's. It also revealed that Mike had been dead for about 8 days by the time he was found, which meant he likely died the very same day he left the hotel to explore the island. But here's the most bizarre part. The autopsy showed that Mike had no broken bones. None. This was highly suspicious, especially considering he supposedly fell from more than 98 feet. If that were true, he should have at least broken an arm or something. So why weren't there any fractures? This revelation cast doubt on the coroner's statement and made Bernt's suspicions grow. A forensic examination of Mike's rented bike only deepened the mystery. The bike's condition didn't match what would be expected from a fall of over 98 feet from a cliff. Everything was starting to feel wrong, like pieces of a puzzle that just didn't fit. Then, just days before the official autopsy report was finalized, an employee from the morgue who had been responsible for Mike's body approached Bernt with a hushed warning. She told him that everything about Mike's death seemed suspicious. No broken bones completely contradicted the police's story that Mike had simply fallen from the cliff while riding his bike. She urged Bernt to think carefully about his next steps, suggesting that the police seemed to have no interest in pursuing the case any further. This only added to Bernt's growing distrust of the investigation. Desperate for answers, Bernt went to speak with the head of the investigation, the same officer who had first claimed to have seen the GoPro case attached to Mike's belt, only to later deny it. But this time, she refused to speak with him. She dodged his questions and acted as though the entire matter wasn't worth her attention. This only fueled Bernt's suspicions. Why was the investigation being handled so poorly? Why were they denying even the simplest facts? He kept pressing the authorities about Mike's GoPro, believing it held the key to understanding what really happened. Just days later, the forensic department in Malta handed Bernt a camera, claiming it belonged to Mike. But what they handed him was an old Canon model from the early days of digital photography, not the GoPro Hero 2 that Mike had been using to document his travels. Along with the camera came a memory card completely destroyed. The authorities claimed it had been found inside the camera when it was recovered next to Mike's body. Bernt immediately knew this was not his son's camera. The authorities were trying to pass off an old, outdated camera as Mike's, likely hoping he would stop asking questions about the real GoPro. By now, Mike's family had grown deeply suspicious of the Maltese police. The lack of interest in the case, the inconsistencies, and the strange actions of the authorities were all too much to ignore. Bernt confronted some officers about who might have stolen his son's belongings. The officers, almost dismissively, claimed that no one from Malta would steal items from a body, suggesting it might have been a tourist. But then there were the phone records. The police claimed they had pulled location data from Mike's phone carrier only to report that they found absolutely nothing. No records, no trace. Everything seemed to be going in circles. Frustrated with the inconsistencies, the lack of progress, and the growing feeling that something was being hidden, Bernt was ready to make serious accusations against the authorities. But before he could take any action, he had to return to Germany to arrange his son's funeral and deal with the heartbreaking aftermath of the tragedy. Mike's body landed in Germany on August 17, 2016, and what was supposed to be a moment of mourning quickly spiraled into something out of a true crime documentary. The funeral home staff tasked with preparing his body for burial were immediately disturbed. Mike's body looked eerily deflated, like someone had let all the air out of him. It was obvious something was wrong. Even worse, he hadn't been embalmed at all, which was bizarre, considering his case was still under investigation. The smell was unmistakably that of raw decomposition, not the usual chemical scent you'd expect from a preserved body. The moment they realized this, the funeral home workers called the police. One officer casually mentioned that airport staff had already thought the coffin felt way too light when it arrived. That was enough to raise every red flag imaginable. Mike's body was quickly sent to the Medical University of Hanover, and what they uncovered was horrifying. His body weighed only 16 kilograms, that's about 35 pounds. When they opened him up, almost all of his internal organs were missing. His brain, heart, lungs, liver, pancreas, adrenal glands, right kidney, bladder, stomach, intestines. Every vital organ was stripped from his body. Only tiny scraps of his left kidney, diaphragm, spleen, and colon remained. No wonder he looked so deflated. He was practically empty. Now, yes, it's normal to remove organs during an autopsy, but here's the catch. They're supposed to be either returned to the body or replaced with something like cotton or sawdust. And if they're not returned, there should be a full report explaining why none of that was done. Mike's body was just left as an empty shell, with no explanation, no documentation, and no dignity. His family was devastated. His father, Bernd, wrote a heartfelt letter to the Maltese authorities begging them to send back his son's organs so he could lay him to rest properly. However, what he got back was shocking. The coroner claimed that animals had eaten the organs before Mike's body was found. Seriously? That didn't make any sense. The original Maltese autopsy made zero mention of animal bites or injuries, no claw marks, no chewed-up skin, nothing to back up that wild claim. And so, the German authorities stepped in. What once looked like a tragic accident was starting to look more and more like a crime. They opened a full investigation. The forensic team in Hanover asked for a copy of the original autopsy report from Malta, but surprise? It never came. And without Mike's organs, their second autopsy was already limited. But that didn't stop Bernd and Suzanne from fighting. They filed a formal complaint and demanded answers through their lawyer. They revealed an email from the Maltese coroner where he now claimed rodents had eaten the organs and that Mike's brain had liquefied. The parents were done with the excuses. They took the fight to court, and the German prosecutors began leaning into a more sinister theory. What if Mike was murdered? They also called out the Maltese coroners for doing an incredibly sloppy job. A new autopsy was ordered, even though the body had already deteriorated. This time, Maltese officials had to be present so no one could twist the facts. And once again, the findings were disturbing. There were no bite marks, no signs of rodents, just a small nibble on the neck and a faint abrasion on the forearm. Definitely not enough to explain the missing organs. Plus, it was reconfirmed that Mike's body had been fully intact when it was recovered from under the cliffs and transported to the Maltese morgue. Most importantly, the new autopsy revealed what might be the biggest failure of all. Mike had never been embalmed. Because of that, his body had decomposed too much, destroying any remaining evidence that could have pointed to what really happened. To top it all off, there was absolutely no proof that Mike had died from falling off the cliffs. Nothing matched the story Malta had been pushing. And just like that, a simple case of a missing person found dead had transformed into a full-blown mystery. Despite all of this, the Maltese authorities stood by their official version of events, that Mike fell accidentally, and dismissed all other claims as conspiracy theories. The first autopsy done by Malta's own forensic team included 3 people, including Dr. Mario, the country's chief forensic doctor. Dr. Mario, who had an impressive reputation, was there when the body was found and performed the autopsy himself. However, when Mike's parents and journalists asked for more details, Dr. Mario was strangely tight-lipped. He only responded to one email from Mike's father, Bernd, saying the organs were already missing before the autopsy, suggesting that rodents had eaten them. He also mentioned that Mike's brain had dissolved due to the sun's heat. Dr. Mario stated that he had shared this information with the head of the investigation, but the German forensic team didn't buy it. They quickly debunked the idea of rodents having eaten Mike's organs, as there were no bite marks found on his body. As for the brain liquefying in the sun, that was just plain absurd. According to the Germans, they pointed out that many countries have summer temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, and no one had ever seen anything like this happen. Furthermore, Dr. Mario had documented that Mike's body was found lying on his back, but the German team didn't believe he'd died where he was found. They theorized that Mike could have been alive when he hit the beach and crawled to a shaded area under the cliff. They even considered asphyxiation as a possible cause of death, especially because Mike's hyoid bone was missing, an indication of strangulation. By November of 2017, Bernd had had enough. He returned to Malta and tried to speak with the police and detectives involved in his son's case, but they wouldn't cooperate. He then filed a legal request to access all the case files, only to be told the judge was sick and known for being slow in approving judicial decisions. Eventually, Bernd was able to gain access to the documents through a German diplomat in Malta, but when he reviewed the files, several key pieces were missing. The autopsy results and photos from the crime scene had mysteriously disappeared. In January of 2018, the Maltese government finally caved under pressure from the German authorities and reopened Mike's case. The first documents related to the case were sent to Germany, and the German media began covering the story. Once again, the German parliament even started debating it. However, The new judge assigned to the case also concluded that Mike's death was due to a fall from the cliff, and nothing really changed. The German authorities, despite finding numerous inconsistencies in the case, found themselves at a dead end with the limited evidence they had. Most people who analyzed the case, full of holes and carelessness from the diplomats, investigators, and journalists, have serious doubts about the Maltese authorities' official verdict. Bernd became exhausted and disheartened by all the negligence and decided to stop pushing for more answers. He shifted his focus to his family, feeling that they would never truly know what happened to Mike. A German newspaper that had been following the case from the beginning even tried to revisit the story, but when they reached out to the Maltese authorities, they were met with silence. No one involved in Mike's case seemed willing to talk, almost as if they were trying to cover it up. Theories surrounding Mike's case are still floating around, one of the most popular being that Mike could have been a victim of organ trafficking. Mike was a healthy young man, and the absence of his organs has made many wonder if he was targeted by traffickers. According to this theory, Mike was approached while cycling through a remote area of Malta. The traffickers allegedly took him to a hidden location, removed his organs, stitched his body back up, and then dumped him off a cliff to make it appear as though he had suffered a tragic accident. Some believe that the Maltese authorities uncovered the truth, but chose to cover it up in order to protect the island's tourism industry. Another theory suggests that Mike was the victim of a robbery. In this version, thieves may have stolen his belongings and thrown him off the cliff afterward. Supporters of this theory claim Mike may have been strangled and that his body was later placed at the scene in a way that minimized visible trauma, again to avoid any damage to the island's reputation. If strangulation had occurred, authorities might have removed his hyoid bone, brain, and other organs to prevent the true cause of death from being discovered. There is also the possibility that Mike simply fell from the cliff by accident, and opportunistic passers-by took advantage of the situation by stealing his belongings. The least accepted theory is that Mike took his own life, a suggestion that was quickly dismissed early in the investigation. Everything about his life indicated that he was happy, full of plans, in love, and showed no signs of depression or mental illness. Mike Mansholdt's case remains one of the most mysterious and unresolved cases ever documented. The Maltese authorities continue to stand by their official version of events, that Mike fell accidentally, and dismiss all other claims as conspiracy theories. But what do you think really happened to Mike? Was it a tragic accident, or was he the victim of something far more sinister? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Driving under the influence has always been treated as a grave offense in the United States, one that carries life-changing consequences. Whether it's alcohol, illicit drugs, or even prescription medication, getting behind the wheel in an impaired state puts lives at risk. And when that impairment leads to a deadly crash, the law does not take it lightly. These aren't just traffic violations anymore. They're felonies that carry years, even decades behind bars. The case of Macy Lathers is a prime example of how quickly a moment of recklessness can turn into tragedy, and how the fallout can echo far beyond the crash site. Macy Lathers wasn't just any driver. She was a public figure, a model, and an influencer with thousands of followers. Her life looked picture-perfect online, but on one shocking day, all of that came crashing down, literally. In a popular resort city buzzing with vacationers, Macy caused a devastating multi-car collision. 2 people lost their lives, 2 more were left with serious, life-altering injuries. But what made this tragedy even more disturbing was what happened next. When police arrived on the scene, they found Macy in a dazed, erratic state, clearly under the influence of psychoactive substances. The body cam footage captured her incoherent behavior. Witnesses filmed her staggering, yelling, and resisting officers. What was already a heartbreaking crash spiraled into a viral media storm. Overnight, Macy's name was everywhere, from news headlines to heated social media debates. Was this the fall of another influencer blinded by fame and excess? Or was it a deeper reflection of how privilege and recklessness collide? To understand how it all unraveled, We need to go back to where Macy came from. Macy Marie Lathers was born on July 16, 2000, in Fort Plain, New York, a quiet rural town nestled in Montgomery County. She was the middle child, the only girl among 3 siblings, raised in a home filled with warmth and stability. Her parents weren't wealthy or famous. They were ordinary people who worked hard, loved their kids, and built a life of modest comfort. Their house sat near the peaceful Mohawk River, in a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. Fort Plain wasn't the kind of place you expected scandal to come from. It was safe, slow, predictable. The kind of town where nothing much ever changed, until Macy changed everything. Macy grew up in what many would call a sheltered environment, largely disconnected from the outside world. She rarely left Fort Plain, and when she did, it was usually under the supervision of older family members. A high achiever in school, she consistently earned top grades and graduated at the top of her class. Macy was also active in sports, particularly gymnastics and track and field, though she never considered athletics as part of her long-term career goals. As a teen, Macy blossomed into a striking young woman. Suitors were constantly trying to win her attention, and there were even rumors of rivalries among the guys hoping to date her. She enjoyed socializing and going on dates, but she never let that interfere with her studies. Teachers described her as intelligent, focused, and driven, someone who always set high standards for herself. Macy graduated as valedictorian and was accepted into the State University of New York at Albany, where she chose to study linguistics and international communication. The campus was just over an hour's drive from her hometown, so Macy decided to stay at home with her family instead of moving into a dorm. Her close bond with her parents and siblings made this arrangement comfortable and natural. Albany, the capital of New York State, is a bustling modern city. Quite the contrast from tiny Fort Plain. To Macy, it felt like an entirely different world, full of energy, possibilities, and experiences she had never been exposed to before. With her charm, intelligence, and striking appearance, Macy quickly made friends and became a standout presence in her social circle. She continued to excel academically and soon became one of the top students in her program. At the same time, she and her new friends began frequenting local bars, clubs, and nightlife spots around the city. It didn't take long for Macy to adjust to this new rhythm of life. Days were spent in lectures and libraries, while nights often turned into late-hour adventures in the city's nightlife scene. Despite her increasingly active social calendar, Macy showed up for class, passed her exams with flying colors, and looked effortlessly put together. As is typical in many college nightlife environments, there was frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages. Over time, Macy began drinking more regularly, and what started as casual, social drinking gradually became a daily habit. Still, her young, healthy body seemed to handle the lifestyle well. She maintained excellent academic performance, and her professors continued to praise her intellectual gifts and talent. At home, her family didn't notice anything particularly alarming in her behavior or lifestyle. However, during her junior year, Macy decided to move out of her family's house and into an off-campus apartment near the university. She shared the place with a group of girlfriends, a change that marked a new chapter in her increasingly independent life. Around this time, Macy began experimenting more actively with a range of powerful and mood-altering substances. She typically obtained these restricted items directly from nightlife venues, often consuming them on site. Despite the growing frequency of her use, she didn't see it as a problem. In her mind, she could stop anytime she wanted. By the time she graduated from college, Macy had fully embraced the party lifestyle. Nightclubs, dancing, and the constant presence of alcohol and other prohibited items had become a regular part of her world. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her degree, defend her thesis successfully, and receive her diploma. Even then, though, she already knew she didn't want to spend her life behind a desk in some stuffy corporate office. Macy came of age at a time when social media platforms were exploding in popularity worldwide. Unsurprisingly, she created profiles on several major platforms while still in high school. Back then, living in the quiet and remote town of Fort Plain, her online presence was modest, just a few dozen followers, mostly people she knew. She occasionally posted family photos or scenic shots from the area, but never cared much about likes or follower counts. Everything began to change drastically after Macy moved to the city for her 18th birthday. Her parents gifted her a luxurious white Mercedes-Benz, something she had dreamed of for years. They also continued to support her financially, which allowed Macy to enjoy a carefree social lifestyle and showcase it extensively on her social media accounts. With her stunning looks, vibrant personality, and high-energy lifestyle, Macy quickly gained traction online. Her social feeds painted a picture of non-stop parties, fun, and glamour. Her follower count skyrocketed, and soon she had developed a loyal following that made her something of a local celebrity. During her final years at the university, Macy had already realized that she wouldn't be pursuing a traditional career in her chosen field. She was more interested in finding ways to turn her passion for fun into a source of income. She began taking dance lessons and sent out her modeling portfolio to various agencies, hoping to catch the attention of professionals who might offer her a lucrative contract. Despite her good looks, slim figure, and strong charisma, Macy wasn't able to break into any major modeling circles. However, her online popularity continued to soar. She portrayed a glamorous lifestyle, talked about her success, and occasionally promoted products or services on her platforms for small fees. After graduation, Macy informed her parents that she was planning to move to sunny Florida and settle in Miami. Her goal was to work as a hostess at one of the city's trendy nightclubs while continuing to pursue opportunities in modeling. Naturally, her parents were both surprised and disheartened by her decision. After all, she had always been a top student full of promise and had just completed her degree at a respected university. Now it seemed like she was walking away from all that for what? Still, they didn't pressure her or try to change her mind. In fact, they continued to support her regularly, sending money to help with her expenses. So, in early 2023, Macy relocated to Miami. She rented a modest apartment and began job hunting. At the same time, she immersed herself in the city's nightlife, hoping to make useful connections. She quickly became a fixture in the scene, fully embracing the party lifestyle once again, and she had no intention of slowing down. Over the years, Lathers had taken on various roles in the nightlife and entertainment scene. She worked as a promotional model, a dancer, and even served as a ring girl at combat sports events, stepping onto the mat in a skimpy outfit to display the round numbers to the crowd. During this period, her public profile began to rise. Local media outlets featured her several times, and she was even invited for a few interviews. By the spring of 2024, Macy's following on social media had grown into the tens of thousands. She rebranded herself as a fitness influencer, promoting sportswear, supplements, and beauty products. However, behind the carefully curated image, her real lifestyle was far from the clean and healthy image she projected online. She was a regular at nightclubs and parties, frequently indulging in strong alcoholic drinks, and was often open to trying new restricted substances offered in those settings. Over time, this pattern of behavior began to catch up with her, both personally and legally. At one point, Lathers was caught driving under the influence and had her driver's license temporarily suspended, but she violated the law again, this time resulting in her license being permanently revoked. Still, that wasn't enough to make her change course. On the morning of August 10, 2024, around 6 a.m., the streets of busy Miami were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the screech of brakes and the sound of multiple loud impacts. A major collision had occurred at an intersection involving 3 vehicles. Bystanders rushed toward a black Range Rover, which had taken a heavy hit on the driver's side. The man behind the wheel had a bloodied face but was conscious. Witnesses carefully helped him out of the twisted wreck. He had suffered head trauma and broken ribs and could barely remain standing. Good Samaritans provided first aid, doing their best to stop the bleeding while waiting for emergency responders. The second vehicle was a Suzuki minivan, which sustained even more severe damage. The frame was crumpled and the doors were jammed shut. Inside were 3 individuals, a middle-aged woman behind the wheel, a man in the front passenger seat, and another man seated in the back. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver and rear passenger were unresponsive, while the front seat passenger appeared to be in shock. Since there was no immediate fire hazard, rescuers avoided pulling them out through the windows, fearing it could worsen potential head or spinal injuries. The third vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz, was barely damaged. It had swerved off the road, lightly clipping the other two vehicles before striking a curb. When witnesses approached it, they found it empty. The driver was nowhere in sight, and the interior, covered in pale leather, showed no signs of injury. No blood, no visible struggle. It was clear the person behind the wheel had left the scene voluntarily, either unharmed or with only minor scrapes. Soon, eyewitnesses came forward. Several had seen a young woman leaving the Mercedes-Benz just moments after the crash. She exited from the driver's side, moving carefully and trying not to draw attention. She wore blue jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled low over her face. She crossed the street and quickly walked away from the scene, vanishing into the early morning quiet. The unidentified young woman attempted to blend in by joining a group of early morning joggers passing nearby. Since no one tried to stop her, she managed to slip away unnoticed. None of the bystanders were able to give a clear description of her appearance. When first responders, police, medics, and rescue crews arrived on the scene, they focused on freeing the injured passengers from the mangled vehicles. By that time, the man in the front passenger seat of the minivan was unresponsive. Medical examiners later determined that he had suffered extensive head and internal injuries, with massive internal bleeding cited as the cause of death. The woman who had been driving the minivan and the man in the back seat were both transported to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought hard to save their lives. The driver of the Range Rover was also hospitalized with moderate injuries. His life was not in immediate danger, though he had sustained a serious head injury and damage to one of his lungs. After speaking with witnesses, investigators determined that the person behind the wheel of the third vehicle, believed to have caused the crash, was a young woman who fled the scene. Fortunately, the intersection where the crash occurred had multiple surveillance cameras installed, and investigators quickly began collecting and reviewing the footage. The video clearly showed a white Mercedes-Benz speeding through the intersection, ignoring a red light. The other two vehicles were moving within the speed limit and had the right of way. The woman in the minivan appeared to try and avoid the collision, swerving at the last moment, but still clipped the Mercedes. Her vehicle then spun into the Range Rover before finally crashing into a utility pole. From the footage, it appeared that the woman in the Mercedes was not seriously injured. She jumped out of the vehicle, pulled her hoodie tightly over her face, and attempted to disappear among the joggers. She then veered off into a nearby park where the trail went cold due to a lack of camera coverage in that area. Who was the mystery driver of the white Mercedes-Benz? Why had she run? And where had she gone? None of the witnesses could describe her with any certainty or say where she had headed. Detectives turned to the vehicle registration to trace the owner, but before they could complete their investigation, the woman in question surfaced in the most unexpected way. While police were still reviewing footage and speaking with witnesses, a strange call came into emergency services. A construction worker laboring just a few blocks from the crash site reported an incident involving a young woman in a highly disoriented state. According to the caller, the woman had initially tried to flag down cars in an erratic and dangerous manner, running into traffic and throwing herself toward passing vehicles. Then she suddenly began undressing. She removed her hoodie, then stripped off a small top, leaving her in jeans and unclothed from the waist up. She started yelling profanities, spinning in circles in the middle of the road, attempting to force her way into random vehicles by yanking on their door handles. Eventually, she lay down across the roadway, rolling around on the asphalt. The witness who contacted emergency services rushed to help her. He tried to pull her to the sidewalk, but she was surprisingly strong and kept breaking free, shouting incoherently. Realizing he couldn't move her, he stood nearby and directed traffic to prevent vehicles from hitting her. He remained by her side until police arrived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the first thing they did was cover the half-dressed woman and try to ask her some basic questions to determine her identity. But she seemed completely detached from reality. At times, she muttered incoherently, then suddenly screamed, clearly under the influence of some kind of substance. She couldn't even say her own name, but was shouting about extraterrestrials, warning that they were on their way and would be arriving soon. Then, in a sudden shift, she calmed down and claimed she had come from the future, could travel through time, and possessed a magical orb. When asked what the last thing she remembered was, she paused for a moment and said, "I remember dying." It was clear that attempting a proper interview under these circumstances was nearly impossible. Her speech was a mixture of delusions and hallucinations. But then, unexpectedly, she asked if anyone had seen her white Mercedes-Benz and expressed concern that it might have been taken by aliens. At that moment, investigators no longer had doubts. She was clearly the same woman who had fled the scene of the crash. She repeated several times that she was from the future, then sat down on the asphalt and began speaking to someone who wasn't there, as if she were having a heartfelt conversation with her mother. "Mom, I'm gone now. Don't cry. I can time travel. I'll come visit you," she said. Then she looked around and asked where her car was, before turning back to her invisible companion. By the time paramedics arrived to assist the so-called visitor from the future, she had managed to recall her name, Macy. But other than that, her condition remained unchanged. She was hallucinating vividly and speaking in fragmented, irrational thoughts. Based on her behavior, the medical team suspected she had consumed a dangerous mix of strong alcohol and powerful psychoactive substances. To treat her properly, they needed to figure out what exactly she had taken, so they could administer the right medication to neutralize the effects of the substance. Macy's condition fluctuated rapidly. At moments, she seemed coherent and aware of her surroundings, and then she would drift off into conversations about aliens and time portals. When asked directly what she had taken, she couldn't provide an answer. In fact, she didn't even seem to understand the question. Then suddenly, she started making sprinkling motions with her fingers, as if tossing glitter, whispering, "Pink, pink, pink, powder." It sounded like more nonsense, but one of the medics recognized the reference immediately. She was likely referring to a potent street substance, often nicknamed pink cocaine, a synthetic blend of various psychoactive chemicals. The danger of this mix lies in its unpredictability. There's no standard formula, and the balance of ingredients varies with each batch, making the effects anything from mild euphoria to vivid hallucinations or even fatal overdose. It had become particularly trendy among the club scene due to its flashy appearance and low cost. The signature pink color was usually achieved with food dye and sometimes mixed with glitter to give it a stylish, glamorous look. A toxicology screening conducted at the hospital confirmed the dominant component in her system, allowing doctors to administer the appropriate IV treatment to neutralize it. Meanwhile, law enforcement identified the woman as Macy Lathers, 24 years old, a fairly well-known online personality, social media influencer, and frequent presence in Miami's nightlife circuit. The crash caused by Macy Lathers involved 3 vehicles, including her white Mercedes-Benz. 4 people were seriously affected. In the minivan were married couple Juanita and Abraham Nandez, along with their friend Jesus Rubio, who was seated in the back. Tragically, Abraham, who had been in the front passenger seat beside his wife, he succumbed to his injuries before first responders could reach the scene. Jesus in the back seat sustained severe trauma and was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought for days to save his life, but he ultimately passed away without ever regaining consciousness. Juanita miraculously survived the collision, but the injuries she sustained left her permanently paralyzed. She now relies on a wheelchair. The couple's son, a school-aged boy, lost his father instantly and has been left without the daily care of his mother, who remains hospitalized. Jesus Rubio, a father of 2 and sole provider for his family, left behind loved ones, facing not only grief but significant financial hardship. The driver of the Range Rover was less severely injured than the others, but still required multiple surgeries and a long road to recovery. He remains unable to return to his previous work or lifestyle. Macy, on the other hand, escaped the crash without a single visible injury and attempted to flee the scene. It later emerged that she had already been caught driving under the influence several months earlier and had her license suspended. Following a second offense, her driving privileges were permanently revoked. Yet that didn't stop her from continuing to consume alcohol and restricted substances, then getting behind the wheel, until it all culminated in a devastating incident that claimed 2 lives. Macy Lathers now faces multiple criminal charges: driving under the influence without a valid license, vehicular manslaughter, causing serious bodily injury through negligence, and fleeing the scene of a crash. She was booked into custody without release, and her bail was set at $150,000, 0 cents. With no access to that kind of money, either personally or from family, she remains behind bars awaiting trial. Even though surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts strongly support Macy's responsibility in the crash, her defense attorney has argued that she should only be held accountable for driving under the influence and lacking a valid license. The rest, he claims, occurred while she was experiencing intense hallucinations, making her incapable of understanding her actions. According to him, the real blame lies with whoever manufactured and distributed the powerful synthetic cocktail Macy ingested. The prosecution sees it differently. They point to video evidence showing Macy behaving rationally in the immediate aftermath of the crash, covering her face, attempting to blend in with bystanders, and even joining a group of joggers to avoid detection. These deliberate actions suggest that Macy was fully aware of what had just happened and was actively trying to avoid responsibility. The episode involving public disrobing and fantastical claims of time travel, prosecutors argue, was an attempt to appear mentally unfit to stand trial, potentially leading to psychiatric treatment instead of prison. As of spring 2025, the legal proceedings against Macy Lathers are ongoing. No final verdict has been issued, and she remains in custody. To date, she faces 8 separate charges, and if convicted on all counts, she could face a life sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This desperate cry for help came from Rachel Hendricks, a woman who was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rachel was one of 3 close friends who gathered at Amanda Cawley's upscale home in a quiet suburban neighborhood on what seemed like an ordinary Thursday morning in August 2015. They were there to comfort Amanda as she struggled through the painful collapse of her marriage, but none of them had any idea that within hours, their lives would be shattered forever. In this sudden burst of chaos and gunfire, their lives were stolen, leaving behind grieving families and 5 young children who would never see their mothers again. A once tranquil community was thrown into shock and heartbreak. But what could have caused such a horrific attack? What led to this moment of terror? This is the tragic story of Amanda Cawley, a woman for whom the help of the courts came far too late. Amanda had been living in her family home in Mirabella, a beautiful and upscale neighborhood in St. Augustine, Florida. She and her husband, James Cawley Jr., had chosen it as the perfect place to raise their children. If you took a walk through their neighborhood, you'd immediately get the sense that the Cawley family was living a good life. To anyone on the outside, they seemed like the perfect, happy, and successful family. Neighbors often saw James laughing and playing with their 2 children, 6-year-old Trey and 4-year-old Avery, in the cul-de-sac. The couple was known for hosting lively gatherings, inviting friends over for drinks and celebrations. Even as their marriage started to unravel, Amanda and James appeared to handle it with quiet grace. Whatever struggles they faced stayed hidden behind closed doors. That's why the events of August 27, 2015 were so shocking. Around 9 o'clock that morning, Rachel Hendricks received a message that something was wrong with Amanda. She and Amanda had been friends for years, having met at a mutual friend's party along with Lindy Dobbins. The 3 women had formed an unbreakable bond. They babysat each other's children, supported one another in times of distress, and were always just a phone call away. So when Amanda needed them, Rachel and Lindy didn't hesitate. That morning, Rachel had just dropped her kids off at school before heading to Amanda's house. She made a quick stop at a friend's home to get her hair done. It was supposed to be a normal day, but for Amanda, the chaos had already begun. Her usually pristine Mirabella home had been completely trashed overnight while she was away. When she returned at 9 o'clock that morning, she walked into a nightmare. Drawers had been pulled out, clothes and papers were scattered everywhere, personal belongings had been tossed aside, and even her TV had been smashed to pieces. Strangely, nothing had been stolen. Everything had simply been torn apart, as if someone had been searching for something. Maybe at that moment, Amanda realized just how much danger she was in. Maybe that's why she called her friends over, believing that safety came in numbers. But as that morning would soon prove, no number of people could have protected her from what was coming. Inside the house that morning were 4 people: Amanda, Lindy, Rachel, and Lamar Doberly. Lamar was Amanda's boyfriend. She had been officially separated from her husband James since June, but she had met Lamar months earlier, in April. Their connection started as a professional relationship, but slowly evolved into something more personal. By June 2015, after her separation, Amanda and Lamar had begun seeing each other. Now, Lamar wasn't just any man. He was a force to be reckoned with, a former military officer with an impressive resume. He had attended the U.S. Naval Academy, studied at the Marine Corps University, and even worked at the Pentagon. Sharp, disciplined, and strategic, he carried himself with the confidence of someone who had seen and handled high-stakes situations. Amanda met him while they were both working in corporate management at Fanatics, a sportswear company. As her marriage with James crumbled, she found solace in Lamar, a man who offered stability when everything else in her life was spiraling. And on that fateful Thursday morning, when she returned home to find her house torn apart, Lamar was one of the first people she called. Lamar, Lindy, and Rachel arrived, each of them hoping to provide Amanda with comfort and a sense of security. Together they walked through the wreckage, drawers overturned, belongings scattered, a silent warning that something was terribly wrong. While Amanda and Lindy stayed upstairs trying to make sense of it all, Lamar took Rachel to the garage to assess the damage. Now, imagine coming home to find your house completely ransacked, drawers pulled out, belongings scattered, a violation of every inch of your safe space. That alone is terrifying, but before you even have a chance to process the mess, gunshots ring out. Suddenly, a trashed home doesn't seem so bad. Amanda barely had time to react before the chaos escalated outside. A man stood in her backyard, gripping a handgun and aiming it directly at the living room. Shattered glass sprayed in all directions as bullets tore through the windows. His furious voice echoed through the air saying, "Where is he?" Over and over again. That man was James Coley, Amanda's estranged husband, and he wasn't just there to scare them, he was out for blood. Inside, Rachel and Lamar froze for a split second. Then reality hit. James wasn't just shooting into the house at random. He was looking for someone, and Lamar didn't need to guess who. Without hesitation, Lamar yelled for everyone to run. Then he bolted. He ducked under the garage door and sprinted between 2 houses in the cul-de-sac, his pulse racing as he put as much distance as possible between himself and the enraged gunman. Now, if you were in Lamar's shoes at that moment, what would you do? Would you leave Amanda behind, or would you make the same choice he did? Meanwhile, Amanda and Lindy, caught further inside the house, had no way out. They did the only thing they could. They ran upstairs. Rachel followed her instincts, screaming at her to find shelter. Amanda locked herself in the bathroom, while Lindy and Rachel dove into the master bedroom closet, barricading the door. Rachel braced herself, her foot pressed against the bottom of the door, her left hand gripping the doorknob with all her strength. Lindy crouched behind a chest of drawers, silent, barely breathing. At this point, James stormed through the front door while his gun was still drawn. He stomped up the stairs, rage fueling every step. He wanted Lamar, but Lamar was gone. Instead, he found Amanda from inside the closet. Rachel and Lindy could hear him screaming, but if you think James's rage ended with Amanda, think again. His bloodlust wasn't satisfied after gunning down his wife. He turned his attention to the master closet, where Rachel and Lindy were hiding. As mentioned earlier, Rachel was using her arm to brace the door while Lindy frantically relayed their desperate situation to the 911 operator. James, growing more impatient by the second, pounded on the door and shouted, "Open the door! Open it now!" When they didn't comply, he fired a bullet that tore through the door, grazed Rachel's arm, and the searing pain forced her to stumble backward. That moment of weakness was all James needed. He kicked the door open, his eyes wild with rage, but Rachel got lucky. James wasn't looking for her. His target was Lindy. Without hesitation, he stormed past Rachel, giving her the split-second chance she needed. Heart pounding, she turned and ran, fleeing into the neighborhood, desperately searching for help. Meanwhile, Lamar, who had escaped earlier, had also found someone who called 911, and 11 of the law enforcement arrived. It was too late. James had vanished. leaving behind a house soaked in blood and horror. The once safe home was now a crime scene, a place of unthinkable violence and devastating law. Lindy had been shot 3 times, Amanda, 9. James had shot her once before forcing his way into the closet where Lindy and Rachel were hiding. Then, after killing Lindy, he unleashed 8 more bullets into Amanda's body. He had started with a 9mm handgun, emptying it into Lindy, and when that was out of bullets, he pulled out his .45A backup weapon. Proof that he had come prepared for something far worse than just an argument. This wasn't just a crime of passion, it was pure, calculated rage. But why? Not much is known about the early days of James and Amanda's relationship. Amanda was 36 years old in the year 2015, a year older than James. She was born in Orlando, Florida, and had built a successful life for herself. Professionally, she thrived, and socially, she was surrounded by people who adored her. James, on the surface, appeared just as put together. He worked in the mortgage industry and lived what seemed to be a stable life alongside his wife and children. To those looking in from the outside, he was a devoted father, a man who spent every waking moment with his kids, teaching them how to swim. Always present, always involved. His sister, Crystal, spoke of him with admiration, painting a picture of a loving, family-oriented man. But behind the carefully crafted image of a devoted father and hard-working professional, James harbored a darkness that had been with him for years. According to his sister, James had grown up witnessing terrifying moments of rage within his own home. He had seen his mother seething with fury over his father's infidelity, sitting on the stairs with a baseball bat in hand, waiting the second his father walked through the door. She swung again and again, her anger manifesting in brutal blows. But the violence didn't end there. Another argument, another eruption of rage. This time, she reached for a knife, her temper spiraling out of control. James stood there, a helpless child watching it all unfold. He saw what unchecked anger looked like, what it could do, how it could consume a person. Did these moments shape him? Did they plant the seeds of his own uncontrollable fury? A defense lawyer would certainly argue that they did, that James was merely a product of his environment, repeating the cycle he had been exposed to. But trauma alone doesn't excuse what happened that night. By late August of 2015, James and Amanda had been separated for months. He had moved on, or at least that's what everyone thought. James was seeing someone new, yet his obsession with Amanda hadn't faded. Instead, it had festered, growing into something dangerous, something deadly. Amanda had done nothing wrong. She had simply wanted to break free from their toxic marriage, to rebuild a life of her own, but James refused to let her go. His attack wasn't just a crime of passion or a fleeting moment of lost control. It was premeditated. It was the culmination of his growing rage, his need for dominance over the woman who dared to walk away. And in the end, Amanda paid the ultimate price, for nothing more than wanting to be free. All of this toxicity came to a peak when a neighbor sent James a photo of Lamar shirtless mowing Amanda's lawn. That was all it took to set him off. Fury consumed him, igniting a relentless storm of abusive text messages and voicemails that wouldn't stop until the day of the murders. In their conversation, he texted her, "Oh, and your boyfriend has been parking at the playground and walking around the back. The whole neighborhood knows. You should just have him park out front like a man. Yeah, everyone knows what you are. Don't worry, I will speak with him face to face sooner than later." Amanda, trying to defuse the situation, responded, "He's not my boyfriend like I've told you before. He helps me with the yard work, painting, moving furniture, But James wasn't having it. So, why doesn't he park in the driveway if he isn't hiding? And I guess he is married, right? I have a picture of him." These weren't just messages. They were threats. And James had acted on threats before. Amanda had already filed a domestic violence injunction against him, but he had no respect for boundaries. He had violated the order before, once, by stealing her clothes from the house and setting them on fire in the yard. In fact, on the morning of Thursday, August 27th, the very day of the murders, James had been in court for violating that order. He had sat there calm, composed, no one knowing that in less than an hour, he would commit an unthinkable act. Now, like many abusive partners, James was a contradiction. One moment desperate for forgiveness, the next consumed by paranoia and rage. Just a day before the murders, on Wednesday, August 26, he sent Amanda a message dripping with regret. "Please try to start forgiving me so we can move on. I really miss you and our family being together." But this wasn't love, it was manipulation. His so-called remorse was just another tool to control her, and when it failed, he resorted to terror. In the early hours of Thursday morning at around 4 o'clock, James broke into Amanda's house. He wasn't there to apologize or win her back. He was there to confirm his worst fear, that she had truly moved on without him. As he searched through her belongings, he found all the evidence he needed to send him into a rage. Men's clothing scattered around, adult toys, clear signs that Amanda was seeing someone else. It was the final trigger. Any lingering facade of sorrow vanished, replaced by pure, uncontrollable fury. He tore through the house like a madman, yanking open drawers, flipping furniture, ripping through her most personal possessions. By the time Amanda returned home around 9 o'clock that morning, she walked straight into a nightmare. Her home was unrecognizable. Ransacked, torn apart as if a hurricane had passed through. Furniture was overturned, drawers emptied, personal belongings scattered and violated. The place she once considered safe had been transformed into a scene of chaos and destruction. Shaken and unnerved, she immediately reached out for support, calling her friends Lindy and Rachel. Perhaps she was seeking comfort, maybe advice. What she didn't know was that this phone call would unknowingly set the stage for the final tragic moments of her life. But James wasn't done tormenting her. Not satisfied with the destruction he had already caused, he sent Amanda a final chilling text. This time, his words carried a thinly veiled threat. "You're an awesome person. Don't take me from my kids. It's all I have. Call me, or I'm going to come find you." His desperation was palpable, but so was the danger lurking behind his words. It was clear that if Amanda didn't respond, he was willing to escalate things further. Perhaps hoping to de-escalate the situation, Amanda called him back at exactly 9:41 in the morning. She argued with him over the phone, just 10 minutes after James had left the courthouse. It's unclear what was said between them, but whatever Amanda told him, it wasn't enough to stop him. At this point, nothing could. After the call, James moved with calculated precision. He drove to a gas station, then to his sister's house where he had been staying, then back to the gas station, this time to buy fuel. Somewhere along the way, he armed himself with 2 handguns, a 9mm and a .45 caliber. His every move was deliberate. He wasn't acting on impulse anymore. He was following a plan. One that had only one possible ending. During his drive, James made one last phone call to his father. A woman walking her dog nearby overheard the conversation and later recalled the desperate plea in James's father's voice. Please, son, come back and get your truck. Everybody knows what you've been through." His father was begging him to stop, to turn back before it was too late. But James's response was chilling, filled with a heavy finality that left no room for hope. "I just can't take this anymore," he said, and with that, he continued his deadly course. James didn't pull up to Amanda's house the way a visitor would. He didn't park in the driveway. He didn't knock on the door. Instead, he parked on a nearby street and approached from the rear, moving like a predator stalking its prey. He knew exactly what he was going to do, and he had no intention of leaving until his mission was complete. The first gunshots shattered the morning silence, ripping through the living room with terrifying precision. Rachel and Lamar, caught completely off guard, barely had time to react before James was firing at them. Every pull of the trigger was fueled by a single purpose: to make them pay. Amanda tried to run, but James was faster. He gunned her down in cold blood, making sure she never had the chance to escape him again. Lindy, who had just arrived moments earlier, never stood a chance. Before she could process the horror unfolding before her, she was executed on sight. And then, just as quickly as he had arrived, James disappeared. He left behind chaos, death, and devastation, but he also left behind 2 witnesses, Lamar, miraculously unharmed, and Rachel, wounded but still alive. They knew exactly who had done this. They could name the killer, and now, so could the police. The manhunt for James Terry Colley Jr. began immediately after the murders. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly to track him down, knowing he was armed, dangerous, and capable of further violence. That very night in Norton, Virginia, an unexpected call to 911 would lead to his capture. A distressed woman reported a terrifying encounter on the road. She described the scene in a panic. Acting quickly, Norton police located and stopped the vehicle. Inside, they found James along with several firearms. James was officially charged with a long list of crimes reflecting the full scope of his violent actions. He faced 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins. He was also charged with 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder for Rachel Hendricks and Lamar Doberly, who had narrowly survived the attack. Additionally, he was accused of burglary with assault or battery, burglary of a dwelling, and aggravated stalking. After an injunction, the prosecution was prepared to ensure that justice was served. At trial, James's defense team attempted a controversial argument, claiming that his actions were not premeditated. They suggested that he had been in an altered mental state at the time of the killings. A psychiatrist testified that James was experiencing parasomnia, a sleep disorder associated with abnormal movements and behaviors during sleep.
The defense argued that he had taken Ambien, alcohol, and other drugs, which supposedly left him in a confused, dreamlike state. In essence, they were claiming that James Colley had been sleepwalking when he committed the murders. However, this defense quickly crumbled under scrutiny. Just an hour and a half before the shootings, James had been present in court, where he was seen behaving rationally, answering questions sensibly, and showing no signs of intoxication. He had explicitly denied being under the influence of any drugs or alcohol during the legal proceedings. This directly contradicted the claim that he was impaired at the time of the attack. Furthermore, surveillance footage, phone records, and witness testimonies all painted a different picture, one of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. The jury deliberated, but the decision was swift and unanimous. James Colley Jr. was found guilty on all counts. Not only that, but the jury also reached a unanimous recommendation for the death penalty. The prosecution had presented 4 aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt, solidifying their case.
First, James had been previously convicted of another violent felony. Since he had committed multiple murders and attempted murders at once, this applied. Second, he carried out the murders while engaging in burglary. Third, each murder was deemed especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Finally, and perhaps most damning, the jury found that he had committed each killing with cold, calculated premeditation. One of the most haunting testimonies came from the medical examiner, who revealed that Amanda Colley had been fully aware during the entire attack. She had been shot 9 times before finally succumbing to her injuries. The sheer brutality of the crime reinforced the jury's decision. This was not an accident, nor a crime of passion. It was an execution. In November of 2018, James Colley Jr. was sentenced to death. He appealed the verdict, but in 2020 the courts upheld his sentence. Today, he remains on death row. One person called it more than murder. What made this case even more controversial was the unwavering support James received from his own family, particularly his sister. Before the trial even began, she stood firmly by his side, fully believing in his innocence. In one recorded call, she even led a heartfelt prayer for him, asking that he be released safely from jail. But what she failed to consider was the devastating reality of his actions. No matter how deep her love for her brother ran, or whatever justification James may have believed he had, nothing could ever make up for the fact that he stole the lives of 2 mothers, women who left behind a total of 5 young children. These children were now forced to grow up without the warmth, love, and guidance of their mothers. Their families were left shattered, their lives forever changed by an act of violence that could never be undone. During the trial, Lindy Dobbins' husband took the stand. His testimony was filled with grief and devastation. He spoke about the unbearable pain of losing his wife, about how their children had to face life without their mother, and how the loss had left a wound that would never fully heal. His words were a painful reminder that behind every crime, There are innocent lives that suffer. So if James were your brother, what would you do? Would you pray for his release, hoping for a second chance? Or would you acknowledge the weight of his actions and the irreversible damage he caused? As you think about your answer, let this be a reminder. Domestic violence doesn't happen in isolation. It can spiral into unimaginable tragedy, tearing families apart in ways that can never be repaired. And when it does, the only question left to ask is, could this have been prevented? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The woman found here was just one of many who either went missing or suffered abuse at the hands of the man who lived in this house. After 2 years, the decomposing remains of these 11 women were found inside, making neighbors realize that the awful smell lingering in the air wasn't from a sausage factory, but from this very house, and it became known as the True House of Horrors. This case was so disturbing that even after his acquittal, many still believed the so-called Cleveland Strangler had more than 11 victims. That's because several other murders in this town remain unsolved to this day, and all the victims were women. So today, we remember them, because no troubled past can ever justify what they went through. And once you hear the full story, you'll understand exactly why. His name was Anthony Sowell, the man you saw casually describing how he killed his victims in that video. And like many serial killers before him, he had a troubled past. A past that shaped his twisted view of women, seeing them as nothing more than objects he could torture, harass, and kill. Anthony was one of 7 children born to Claudia Garrison, a single mother struggling to raise them all. But tragedy struck when one of Claudia's daughters, Anthony's sister, passed away, leaving behind 7 children of her own with nowhere else to go. They moved in with Claudia, bringing the total number of kids in the household to 14. Now you might have heard the old rhyme about the lady who lived in a shoe and had so many kids she didn't know what to do, but this was no nursery tale. According to Anthony's niece Leona, who was one of the 7 children forced to move in, their time in that house was pure misery. Claudia subjected them to brutal beatings and relentless abuse, while her own 7 children watched from the sidelines. In one of the most horrifying moments of her childhood, Leona recalled how Claudia, the very woman who was supposed to protect and care for her, forced her to strip naked and then brutally beat her. In a later interview, Leona recalls this horrifying experience. But the nightmare didn't stop there. Claudia's own children were reportedly spared from the worst of her wrath, but for Leona and the other girls in the house, the abuse was relentless. Now, according to Leona, one of Claudia's older sons also took part in the cruelty, routinely beating and assaulting the young girls. Tragically, it didn't stop at just one person. It is said that other male relatives living in the house joined in, creating a cycle of unspeakable violence and trauma. Leona also revealed that Anthony Sowell was often silent during these horrific acts. He never intervened. Instead, he would sit back and watch as the abuse happened right in front of him. But what Leona didn't realize was that for Anthony, witnessing mistreatment had become almost normal. Growing up in a home where abuse was a daily occurrence, he began imitating the cruelty he saw. Shockingly, at just 11 years old, he started molesting his own 10-year-old niece, Leona's sister, subjecting her to the same suffering he had witnessed, continuing the cycle of pain that had been ingrained in their home. Fast forward to January 24, 1978, Anthony joined the United States Marine Corps. Surprisingly, he excelled in the military. Over the next 7 years, he built an impressive record, earning multiple good conduct medals, certificates, ribbons, and letters of appreciation. By all accounts, his military career was defined by discipline, hard work, and achievement. Upon his honorable discharge in 1985, Anthony returned home to Cleveland for a while. He managed to live a relatively normal life, but that facade crumbled 4 years later in 1989, when he committed his first known violent crime. It all started with Melvette Stockwell, a 3-month pregnant woman and an S worker who believed she was simply meeting a new client. On that fateful night, she accompanied Anthony to his home, expecting a routine exchange. Do the job, get paid, and leave. But this wasn't like her other clients. As soon as they stepped inside, the charm disappeared. Anthony's entire demeanor shifted. He suddenly became aggressive, grabbing her before she could react. He tied her hands and feet with zip ties and a belt, gagging her with a rag to keep her from screaming. She was completely at his mercy. But then he stopped. Instead of attacking her right away, he told her he was going to feed her before he killed her. Imagine hearing that. You think you're about to meet your end, but instead your captor is talking about feeding you first. Like you're on some twisted death row. The horror of that moment must have been unimaginable. But then, out of nowhere, Anthony decided to take a nap before going through with his plan. That was her only chance. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to break free, escape through a window, and signal for help from the rooftop. A neighbor spotted her and called the police, and when officers arrived, they found her shaking and terrified. But miraculously, she had survived. Anthony was arrested and charged with rape, attempted rape, and kidnapping. In 1989, 3 women from the same street as Anthony had already been murdered. As it turned out, Anthony was already on the authorities' radar, but despite the charges against him, he pleaded guilty to a rape and was sentenced to only 5 to 15 years in prison. While behind bars, Anthony underwent multiple psychological evaluations, yet he continuously insisted he would never commit such acts again. Despite his disturbing past, Anthony managed to convince the system that he had reformed. What's even more chilling is that he was not classified as a sex offender, meaning that when he was released in 2005, he was free to roam the streets of Cleveland, Ohio, just like any other citizen. That same year, he moved into 12,220 Imperial Avenue, a house that would soon become infamous. However, 2 years later, Anthony lost his job at a local factory under mysterious circumstances. Unemployed, he began collecting benefits and making money on the side by working as a scrap metal collector. But as his financial situation deteriorated, so did his mental state. He became more withdrawn, spending most of his time in his house, avoiding neighbors, and becoming more erratic in his behavior. Those who lived nearby noticed a change in him as he looked unkempt, distant, and was no longer the same person they had once known. Then came the turning point. Anthony began a relationship with a woman named Lori, a niece of the governor in Cleveland, and they quickly spiraled into a toxic cycle of heavy drug use, particularly crack. But while Anthony was sinking deeper into addiction, Lori wanted out. And so in 2007, when Anthony was fired from his job at the factory, Lori saw it as her chance to break free. She left him, determined to leave that world behind. Anthony, however, was far from ready to let go. The heartbreak shattered something inside him, sending him into a dark spiral. He stayed behind on Imperial Avenue, but from that moment on, his reclusive tendencies became even more pronounced. He withdrew into himself. His behavior became more unstable, and then the horrors began. That same year, a 10-year-old girl living nearby vanished without a trace. Just months later, another woman, a 33-year-old nursing assistant named Tishana Culver, disappeared. Tishana had struggled with drug addiction, but she was also a dedicated healthcare worker, trying her best to turn her life around. No one reported her missing, no police alerts, no flyers, just another woman gone. 2 months later, 25-year-old LaShonda Long, a mother of 3, also vanished. Then in October of 2008, 45-year-old Michelle Mason, who had 2 sons and was a devoted volunteer for the local AIDS task force, was also reported missing. Her mother, terrified, went to the police in early December. She begged them to look into her daughter's disappearance, but nothing happened. The case remained open, and no one connected the dots. Meanwhile, over on Imperial Avenue, a gut-wrenching stench was growing worse by the day. The entire neighborhood complained. A smell so rancid it made people gag just walking past. And the most disturbing part, Anthony Sowell himself reeked of it. Whenever someone wrinkled their nose and questioned the putrid odor clinging to him, Sowell had a ready excuse. "It's that damn sausage factory next door," he'd say with a shrug, and somehow people believed him. After all, Ray's Sausage had been in business for over 5 decades and, well, it was a meat factory. Maybe it really did stink. But the complaints kept piling up. Eventually, City Hall got involved, sending inspectors to investigate. The pressure was on, and Ray's Sausage was forced to take drastic action, spending over $30,000, 0 cents, on deep cleaning, new ventilation systems, and odor-eliminating technology. And yet, the smell didn't go away. It clung to the air, thick and putrid. By this time, Seoul was unraveling. In early December of 2008, a terrified woman ran straight to a police car parked in the neighborhood, bleeding, shaking, and screaming. She claimed Seoul had attacked her, dragged her inside his house, choked her, and attempted to assault her. When police stormed Seoul's foul-smelling home and arrested him, he had his own version of the story, insisting that she was the criminal, that she had tried to rob him. Both bore scratches and bruises, making it difficult for officers to determine who was telling the truth. Both were arrested, but later released due to insufficient proof. Just a month later, in January of 2009, Kim Smith, a 44-year-old woman who had been caring for her elderly father, disappeared. That year alone, 5 more women, Nancy Cobbs, Imelda Hunter, Janice Webb, Talicia Fortson, and Diane Turner, vanished without a trace. The alarming number of missing women in such a small area didn't go unnoticed by the community. Residents began organizing searches, handing out flyers, and trying to bring attention to the disappearances. Shockingly, Anthony himself joined these efforts, blending in with those who were desperately searching for the very women he had taken. Then came October of 2009. A woman named Shawn Morris visited Anthony's house, seemingly unfazed by the overpowering stench that clung to the air. The two spent the evening drinking, using drugs, and talking. Nothing intimate, just casual conversation. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she realized she had left her ID upstairs. As she walked up to retrieve it, she suddenly heard a chilling click sound from behind her. Before she could react, Anthony lunged at her, attacking her without warning. He overpowered her, assaulted her just like so many before her, and then went through the house, locking all the doors and windows. It became clear that he had no intention of letting her go. But Shawn saw a fleeting moment of opportunity, one she knew she had to take. Summoning all her strength, she threw herself out of a 3rd-story window, crashing 30 feet to the ground below. Anthony, realizing what had happened, bolted downstairs, completely unclothed, desperate to drag her back inside. But this time, fate wasn't on his side. 2 passers-by witnessed the horrifying scene and immediately called 911. Because of them, Shawn was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, including multiple broken bones. Despite the brutal attack, she chose not to speak to the police about what had happened. However, someone else would just a week later. On October 27th, a woman named Latundra Billups came forward to share her own horrifying experience with Anthony Seoul. She had been through a terrifying ordeal back in September, one that followed the same pattern as before. She had gone to his house for a drink, only for him to suddenly turn violent. Unlike so many others, she was lucky enough to survive. However, the trauma had kept her silent until now. Finally, in late October, her testimony was enough for authorities to issue both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Anthony Seoul. On October 29, SWAT officers stormed his house, expecting to take Anthony into custody, but what they found was far worse than they could have imagined. Anthony wasn't home, but the stench was overwhelming. Dead flies covered every surface. Then came the grisly discoveries. Decomposing bodies, one after another, some of which had been rotting away for years. The house of horrors that had plagued the neighborhood for so long was finally exposed, and a manhunt was immediately launched. For 2 days, police scoured the city for Anthony Seoul. Then, on October 31, as he casually strolled down the street, officers spotted him. They pulled over and cuffed him on the spot. He looked disheveled, with dirt and twigs clinging to his clothes as if he had been sleeping outside, hiding in the bushes for days. But there was no hiding from what had been found in his home. To shed light on Anthony's victims, let's get to know them before their lives were consumed by addiction, because they all had stories, dreams, and struggles. They had every reason to keep going, and there was no reason for them to be murdered. Crystal Dozier, a mother of 7, was 35 years old when she vanished in May 2007. Her son, a U.S. Marine, desperately searched for her, but she wouldn't be found until police unearthed her remains in Anthony's backyard. 2 years later, loved ones recalled that Crystal had turned to drugs after losing one of her children, a pain that consumed her. Despite her struggles, she was a devoted mother who, in another life, could have had a... Deshauna Culver was 33 years old, a trained nursing assistant and cosmetologist who had once envisioned a future helping others. However, tragedy struck when her boyfriend took his own life, sending her into a spiral of grief and addiction. At one point, she lived only 4 houses away from Anthony, unaware of the fate that awaited her. She disappeared in June 2008, leaving behind loved ones who never stopped wondering what had happened to her. LaShonda Long, just 25 years old, was the youngest of Anthony's victims, a mother of 3. She disappeared 3 months after Tashana. No one even filed a missing persons report for her, a heartbreaking reflection of how addiction often isolates its victims from the support they need. Her remains were never fully recovered. Only her skull was found in Anthony's basement. On the other hand, Michelle Mason had fought hard to turn her life around. At 45, she was living with HIV and had battled heroin addiction, but she refused to let her struggles define her. After surviving a shooting, she dedicated her life to helping others, working with an AIDS outreach program and focusing on her children. She disappeared on or around October 4, 2008. Another life full of resilience and hope, cut tragically short. Tonya Carmichael was a mother, a fighter, and tragically the first victim to be identified from Anthony Soule's House of Horrors. Though she struggled with substance abuse, her loved ones never stopped caring. When she vanished in December 2008, they knew something was wrong. Tonya's mother wasted no time. She reported her missing within a week, desperate for answers, but the police saw just another black woman with a drug problem and failed to take the case seriously. Even when her abandoned car was found near Soule's neighborhood, they ignored the red flag. Years later, forensic testimony would expose the brutality of her death, strangled with a telephone charger, discarded as if she didn't matter. But Tonya did matter. She was loved, she was missed, and her family never stopped fighting to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten. Kim Yvette Smith, 44, was a caretaker in every sense of the word. She dedicated her life to looking after her ailing father, balancing the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. In January 2009, she disappeared without a trace, leaving her father behind and breaking the hearts of those who knew her. Imelda Amy Hunter, 47, had a life marked by hardships and resilience. Raised in Chicago, she was an avid reader, a girl with dreams before her life. Life took an unexpected turn at just 14. She became pregnant by one of her teachers and gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy who also died. This unimaginable responsibility weighed on her young shoulders, and eventually addiction found its way into her life. Yet she was more than her struggles. She was a mother, a woman who had once been full of promise. Nancy Cobbs was a 44-year-old grandmother, deeply loved and fiercely missed. When she disappeared in April 2009, her family refused to sit idly by. They kicked in the doors of abandoned houses, desperately searching for her. Tragically, her body was only discovered months later, wrapped in 6 plastic bags. Forensic testimony later revealed that she had been strangled with a shoelace, another victim of Anthony's cruelty. Talisha Fortson, 31, had a difficult upbringing, bouncing from foster home to foster home. She frequently ran away, searching for something better, but addiction tightened its grip on her. Like Talisha and Amy, no one even realized she was missing until the bodies began surfacing. Janice Webb, 48, was last seen on June 3, 2009, at her boyfriend's home in Lakewood, Ohio. Just outside Cleveland, a woman with her own battles, she never imagined that crossing paths with Anthony would be her final chapter. Diane Turner, 38, had endured the unthinkable, losing all 6 of her children to the state. The pain of separation pushed her deeper into addiction, but she was still a mother who had once held hope for her family. She was the last of Anthony's victims to disappear. In September 2009, the the same month that Latundra Billups, 37, survived his brutal attack. These women were not just victims, they were women who had lived, loved, and endured unimaginable struggles. Their stories deserved to be told, not just as part of Anthony's crimes, but as a reminder of the lives that were stolen and the justice they finally received. What's particularly gut-wrenching is that by the time authorities finally captured Anthony's soul, he was 50 years old, meaning he had already spent decades living freely, committing these crimes unnoticed. His arrest on October 29, 2009, was just the beginning of a long, drawn-out legal battle. Soul's trial was initially scheduled for June 2, 2010, but what followed was a series of postponements. His defense team argued that they needed more time to prepare, review thousands of pages of evidence, and analyze hours of surveillance footage taken from a neighboring property. The trial was pushed to September 7, then to February 14, then to May 2, and finally to June 6, 2011, when proceedings finally began. Soul faced 85 charges, including 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 counts of rape, kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. His initial plea was not guilty by reason of insanity, but he later changed it to simply not guilty. Despite his attempts to evade responsibility, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors testified, forensic experts detailed the gruesome conditions of his home, and jurors were confronted with horrifying photos of the crime scene. On July 22, 2011, after weeks of testimony, the jury found him guilty on all but 2 counts. The decision was clear. Anthony Soul was a serial killer who had preyed on the most vulnerable women in his community. When it came time for sentencing, the prosecution argued that Soul showed no remorse for his crimes. The jurors agreed. On August 10, they recommended the death penalty, and 2 days later, Judge Dick Ambrose upheld their decision. Soul was officially sentenced to death. On September 14, 2011, he was transferred to death row at Chillicothe Correctional Institution, a stark contrast to the freedom he had once used to terrorize his victims. Soul and his attorneys spent years filing appeal after appeal, arguing that excessive media coverage, a closed courtroom, and poor legal representation had denied him a fair trial. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected his appeal in December 2016, and when he took the case to the United States Supreme Court in 2017, they declined to hear it. By May 2020, Soul had exhausted all legal options. Then, before the state could carry out his execution, fate stepped in. On February 8, 2021, at age 61, Soul died in a prison hospital from an unspecified terminal illness. Some speculated liver failure or cancer, but no official cause was released. He may be gone, but the nightmare he created still lingers, a haunting reminder of how he not only took lives, but lived among the dead, sleeping beside his victims' corpses. The trauma he inflicted didn't just disappear with his death. It still weighs heavy on the community. In fact, in 2021, 5 of Saul's surviving victims bravely shared their stories and spoke publicly, exposing the horrors they endured and the failures that let it happen. And here's the harsh reality. Back then, when Black women went missing, law enforcement barely lifted a finger. And let's be real, this isn't an isolated case. We've covered multiple cases just like this, including another infamous strangler from Charlotte who also murdered 11 Black women. The red flags were everywhere, but officers failed to connect the dots. Was it carelessness? Or did they just not care? Eventually, the city of Cleveland had to answer for its failures, paying out $1,300,000 in settlements to the families of Soul's victims. But here's the question. Was that justice? Or just a price tag for neglect? Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think there were more victims than the ones officially linked to him? Considering the unsolved murders of women in that area, could some of those cases be connected to Soul? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say that staying safe from those with bad intentions comes down to a few simple rules. Stay aware of your surroundings. Don't hesitate to ask for help if something feels off, and leave immediately if you sense danger. But do these rules always work? Can they truly guarantee protection? It's common knowledge that being intoxicated might impair one's ability to survive. People often believe that nothing can harm them, and when judgment is impaired, they may unintentionally place themselves in dangerous situations that have the potential to worsen. The story of Christina Kraft, an American model and well-known personality from the venerable glossy magazine Playboy, made headlines worldwide and sent shockwaves across the nation in 2018. Christina, a young woman in her early 30s, was discovered dead in her apartment. The apartment was in a nice home in one of Ardmore, Pennsylvania's most tranquil districts. The specifics were quite unsettling. The flat itself had been brutally looted, and her body was found in a gravely deformed state with obvious evidence of savage abuse. Law enforcement officials described the site as one of the most gruesome they had ever seen, and the case shocked the local community. The case was made much more disturbing by the fact that Christina had allegedly been robbed and drugged only a few days prior. While the crime was being investigated, investigators started to wonder if the same person could have returned. If so, what is the reason? On November 11, 1981, Christina Carlin Kraft was born in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. She came from a close-knit, loving, and supporting family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Her mother's Swedish ancestry and her father's German and Russian ancestry made up her heritage. Christina grew up with her sister and younger brother, and the 3 of them had a close and affectionate relationship. Stuart Kraft, her father, ran a little business that supported the family comfortably. Because of this, Christina's mother was able to devote all of her time to raising the children and making the house a cozy and inviting place. Unfortunately, Christina's mother passed away in late 1990, following a protracted and challenging struggle with a degenerative illness. Losing someone so close at such an early age had a lasting effect on Christina, who had just turned 9. Stuart, who was still grieving the loss of his wife, reared the kids by himself for over 4 years. However, he got married again in early 1994. The size of the home suddenly doubled since his new wife also had 3 children from a prior relationship. Luckily, Christina's stepmother got along well with the family almost away, and the newly integrated siblings didn't have any serious arguments. Christina was well known for being gregarious, extroverted, and having an easy time connecting with others. She had no trouble making friends and was frequently the lifeblood of any group she joined. Her positive outlook, excellent sense of humor, and contagious laugh won her the admiration of her peers. She fared well enough academically, but she wasn't at the top of her class. She really enjoyed social studies and literature. Christina had a striking appearance from an early age. When she reached adolescence, she had developed into a beautiful young lady. People always told her that she had the kind of beauty that belonged on the cover of fashion magazines or in Hollywood, so she never lacked attention. Christina longed for a future like that. She started going to casting calls while still in high school in the hopes of getting into modeling. Her efforts were successful. Long-term contracts were still just out of her grasp in those early years, although she did earn a few gigs in advertising campaigns for apparel and accessory retailers. Following her high school graduation, Christina made the decision to live alone in 1999. After relocating to Atlantic City, she accepted a position as a waitress at a renowned casino. She enrolled in a nearby college to study interior design at the same time. Christina cherished the excitement of the entertainment business, the recognition it provided, and the respect she got from everyone. She frequently found herself in brief partnerships, drawing suitors who were utterly enamored with her, and frequently prepared to shell out a lot of money to gain her love. Christina met Alex Chase Cotel, a young and accomplished Wall Street banker, in 2005 while she was employed at the restaurant in the Borgata Hotel. Soon after, the two started dating, and they even had plans to get married, until Christina's untimely death in 2018. Christina never gave up on her goal of being a well-known model throughout the world. She emailed her portfolio to agencies, kept going to casting calls, and ultimately signed with a personal agency. According to her biography on the modeling website Model Mayhem, she is a brunette with olive-toned skin and green eyes, who has Swedish, German, and Russian ancestry. It's interesting that she named New York as her destination, even though she never spent a lot of time there. Christina frequently claimed to like traveling, making new friends, and trying out daring, occasionally outlandish fashions. She said she would go to any state for the proper chance, and was open to doing lingerie and swimwear shots. She started to get more of these opportunities in the middle of the 2000s. She walked the runway with Victoria's Secret's most famous models, got a deal with renowned jewelry designer David Yurman, and made appearances in lingerie and swimwear advertisements for the business. Over the years, Christina developed a network of contacts with prominent designers and photographers, specializing in high fashion and glitz. Several well-known fashion magazines, including Maxim, Harper's Bazaar, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, and others, featured her image. However, being in Playboy had always been Christina's greatest ambition. She yearned to be in the centerfold and on the cover as the featured model. But for some time, she was unable to seize that chance. Christina finally received the offer she had been waiting for in the spring of 2008. She was chosen as the model of the week, and the magazine included her pictures and a brief interview. However, a younger newcomer was given the cover and primary feature. At the time, Christina was 27, which is frequently seen as being near retirement age in the modeling industry. However, she persisted. She continued to hang out at the Playboy Mansion, remained good friends with Hugh Hefner, and even appeared on a reality show. However, her career slowed down after she was featured in the magazine. The controversial nature of the shoot caused some brands to back off, and her bookings began to drop. Christina adored the social scene, high-end venues, exclusive events, and stylish nightlife. Even though she wasn't very good at drinking, she still liked to go out to parties. She occasionally lost control, behaved provocatively, or got into arguments while intoxicated. The 34-year-old model was spending the evening at the Upper West Side of Manhattan at a fancy bar in March 2016. When the bill came, she refused to pay for one of the expensive liquor bottles since she had had too many strong drinks. The situation rapidly became more intense. Other guests noticed the situation that Christina created. She became even more enraged when a manager intervened to defuse the situation, and she retaliated aggressively. The matter reached the courtroom. Christina asserted that she was defending herself after being shoved by the manager, Sergei Inokin. But there were security cameras at the location, and the video made it quite evident that nobody had touched her. The physical altercation started because of her. The staff member was ultimately found not guilty, and Christina apologized in public. Christina's modeling career was almost over by the beginning of 2018. Although she was still occasionally approached for photo shoots at the age of 36, the big jobs had ceased to come in. Alex formally proposed to her at that point, and she gladly accepted. The pair started organizing their nuptials. They decided to move to a more tranquil area since they both wanted to settle down and establish a family. They relocated to Ardmore, a quaint little town in Pennsylvania with fewer than 16,000 residents. In one of the safest and most sought-after communities in the area, they bought a condo in a posh residential complex. Christina found the change difficult. She found it difficult to adapt to her new surroundings. It appeared like the glitzy gatherings and late-night parties were over. Now she spent her days taking care of household chores and beautifying their house, which were tasks she wasn't very good at. She missed the attention, the excitement of traveling, and the buzz of photo sessions. After a while, Christina started going to one of the few nightclubs in the area, where she would relax with a few potent cocktails and dance the night away. Her fiancé was unconcerned. He frequently accompanied her on these nights out because he saw how difficult the lifestyle shift was for her. Alex set out on a roughly week-long work trip to New York on Friday, August 17, 2018. Christina made the decision to go out to a nearby nightclub that evening in order to decompress and have fun. At the bar, she drank many cocktails. Eventually, a stranger came right up to her, started a polite discussion, and offered to buy her a drink. She accepted, and then her recollection abruptly vanished. Christina woke up the following morning with a severe headache. She was laying on the ground, confused, and momentarily unable to determine her location or the circumstances. She slowly got to her feet and looked about. She was relieved to find herself at her own apartment, but she couldn't recall how she got there. Pieces of the previous night returned as the fog began to clear. Before the recollection of the unknown man and the martini he bought her came back, she recalled that she had only had 2 cocktails at the bar, barely enough to induce such a blackout. At that point, everything was dark. It was becoming obvious that her drink had been tampered with. However, why? Why did he do it? Christina was taken aback by the mayhem surrounding her as she stood up. Someone had broken inside the apartment. Her jewelry, credit cards, cash, and a number of expensive designer handbags were all gone. The lack of her keyring, however, which meant that whoever did this may come back at any time and enter without restriction, was what really unnerved her. With the exception of a really bad headache that was probably brought on by whatever had been placed into her drink, Christina was fortunately unharmed. Her clothing was undamaged and intact, and there were no scars, bruises, or indications of abuse. Even while that provided some respite, she was still afraid the invader would return. Christina reported the break-in to the police that same day, but authorities had very little information to work with. The culprit left no footprints and wore gloves. Because of the previous night's blackout, Christina was unable to describe the suspect, and none of the stolen cards had been used yet. She decided not to disclose the incident to Alex, her fiancé. She didn't want to cause him anxiety or interfere with his crucial work trip. She hurriedly changed the front door's lock, but the uneasiness persisted. Christina didn't know where to go for solace and no longer felt secure in her own house. When Alex contacted his fiancée on the evening of August 21 to inform her that he would be returning home the following day, Christina initially didn't pick up. He didn't give it much thought. He assumed she was at a club and that the sound would have drowned out the phone call. However, when he attempted to call again the following morning, the phone was off. It was not like that. Alex tried to contact her repeatedly during the day, but she didn't respond. When he eventually made it home at around 8 p.m., his key did not work when he attempted to unlock the door. He explained the problem and requested help from the local emergency services. Given that a burglary had been reported at the same address only a few days prior and the culprit had escaped, the police's prompt response was extremely noteworthy. Since there was no alternative means to enter the unit by 10 p.m., cops made the decision to force entry. Alex saw there was a serious problem as soon as he entered. The flat was in complete chaos, with furniture toppled and destroyed, drawers flung onto the floor, and belongings thrown everywhere. Someone had apparently been looking for something desperately. The most unsettling finding, however, was in the bedroom. Christina's lifeless body lay on the bed, under a cover soaked in blood. She had obviously died some time ago because it had been badly scarred. It was already rigor mortis. The floor, furniture, walls, and drapes were all covered in blood splatters and streaks. Christina had been injured in almost every inch of her body. She had endured a protracted beating, been rendered completely deformed, and perhaps even tortured. Multiple ligature impressions on her neck indicated she had been strangled with foreign items, and markings on her wrists indicated she had been confined. Specific bruises and bruising in sensitive places were evidence of multiple acts of violent assault. Her face had been ruined, and her entire body was covered in abrasions and cuts that were probably caused by a knife. Her right cheekbone and lower jaw were broken, her nose was smashed into her skull, and both eye sockets were damaged. She had almost all of her skull's bones shattered, according to an autopsy. Given the extent of her injuries, it was likely that she had been trampled on rather than simply beaten. The official cause of death was determined to be mechanical asphyxia, despite the fact that all of the injuries were severe, given the extraordinary level of brutality involved, which suggested a personal motive. Christina's fiancé was immediately the main suspect, as is sometimes the case in such crimes. That theory was swiftly disproved, though, when officials verified Alex's flawless alibi. He had been in New York since August 17 and had no idea that their house had been broken into. The man Christina was seen with walked her out of the building and put her in the back seat of the car, according to surveillance footage taken outside the nightclub on the night of the crime. It was impossible to identify the man because the license plate was hidden. Meanwhile, a second camera, this one placed at the front door of her apartment complex, captured the same man escorting Christina inside. After about half an hour, he was spotted leaving the building with a big package that was probably full of stolen goods. On August 23rd, the man's identity was eventually verified when he used one of the credit cards that had been stolen, and a clear picture of his face was taken by security cameras at a retail establishment. He was identified as Andre Melton, age 31, who had a criminal history that included convictions for armed crimes and robbery. He had already escaped when a police unit was sent to his last known address. Officers confirmed his involvement by discovering multiple stolen goods from Christina's house inside his flat. Investigators started to question whether Andre may have gone back to the crime scene. If that's the case, how did he enter the apartment after Christina had replaced the locks immediately following the initial break-in? And why would he need to return at all? Surveillance footage from the night of the crime provided the answers. Later, it was discovered that Christina had returned to a neighborhood nightclub on August 21. She used a well-known app to order a ride when it was time to go home. Surveillance footage, however, shows that she wasn't alone when she left. She was with a man who seemed to be the same person who had been spotted with her earlier that night. The rideshare driver, who immediately recognized the two, was apprehended by authorities. According to him, both travelers appeared to be very drunk. He inferred from their chat that Christina had been uneasy at the club and that the man had offered to escort her home to ensure her safety. Together, they got out of the car and walked side by side into the apartment building. It's interesting to note that no CCTV footage showed the guy leaving the structure. Investigators think he might have left through the balcony door because the flat was on the ground floor. There would have been no sign of a forced exit if it had been opened from the inside and closed behind him without locking. Andre Melton was still on the wanted list at this time, while the second person's name was still unknown. Police thought the two might have been collaborating. Both men's photos were shown on the evening news, along with a request for information from the victim's family and police authorities to assist identify the unidentified man. This tactic was more effective than anticipated. Melton himself called the station that same evening. Although he acknowledged the heist, he maintained that he had never met the second individual and that he had no idea who he was. Fearing that he might be held accountable for the horrific act against Christina, he flatly refused to enter. A short while later, a guy called the station again to report that he had shared a hospital room with someone who fit the description of the unidentified suspect. The caller recalled being extremely uneasy due to the other man's unsettling tales. Even though they had only been in the same mental health facility for a few days, he claimed that the individual talked extensively about his preoccupation with violent conduct, particularly his passion with strangling people and witnessing their last moments. The circumstances surrounding Christina's death were uncannily similar to the caller's description. Sadly, there was no helpful information at the clinic. The individual was disoriented and had been brought in under the influence of illegal narcotics. He was admitted using the generic placeholder John Doe since he refused to provide his name, and after a brief stay, personnel decided he did not immediately constitute a threat to the public. On August 29, the matter eventually became public. The police department received a call from a woman claiming to be the sister of the man they were looking for. She identified him as 31-year-old Jonathan Wesley Harris, who had a criminal record that included distributing illegal drugs and several instances of violence against women. Only a month and a half before, he had been released from prison and had spent a brief period of time at the mental institution. According to the caller, Jonathan had taken a bus to Pittsburgh earlier that day to stay with friends and be quiet until the situation resolved itself. Police were able to find him and take him into custody at the bus terminal the same day because of her tip. It's obvious that Jonathan Harris wasn't prepared for law authorities to find him so rapidly. He first denied any involvement in the violent incident when he was taken into custody by the police. He even asserted that he had never visited Christina's flat or met her. However, his tale began to shift once he saw the security footage and heard the rideshare driver's statement. Harris claims that he met Christina that night at the nightclub. She allegedly begged him to pose as her lover in order to help her escape an overbearing admirer. They then drank and, he said, used illegal narcotics together for the remainder of the night. According to Harris, Christina offered they stay the night at her house and invited him back. He consented, anticipating a romantic meeting as well as payment for the drugs he said he had given her. He maintained that there had been no non-consensual interaction between them and that any wounds discovered on her were the consequence of rough play, which he said Christina had asked for following their run-in. According to Harris, Christina told him that their time together was the payment, and that she would not be providing him anything else when he sought money for the drugs. He said he was angry by this response. When she started yelling for assistance, he confessed to attacking her out of rage. He said that while she was asleep, he tried to silence her by choking and tying her up. Unaware that the apartment had been looted a few days before, Harris scoured it for cash and valuables. He started destroying the entire home, leaving a path of devastation in each room, since he was furious over the lack of money. Although Harris acknowledged that he had attacked Christina once more in a fit of rage and frustration, demanding payment for the items he had brought, he maintained that since Christina was still alive and conscious when he left the apartment, he couldn't be held accountable for a crime as serious as killing her. Naturally, Harris was lying in an attempt to downplay the gravity of his behavior and escape a severe punishment. His account of what happened soon unraveled. First, the toxicology analysis revealed that Christina had only alcohol in her blood and no traces of any illegal substances. Second, she would not have been able to survive due to the severity of her injuries. Third, it was evident that Harris had exploited Christina's vulnerability since, according to the rideshare driver, she seemed scared and drunk that evening, anxious about being followed. According to the inquiry, the suspect volunteered to walk Christina home, but he wouldn't leave the apartment once he was inside. After that, he repeatedly attacked her, severely injured her, and finally strangled her to death. Then he went out the balcony door and threw the apartment in the trash. Jonathan maintained his innocence throughout the trial. His lawyer tried to reduce the accusation to aggravated assault instead of first-degree murder. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously convicted Harris guilty on all counts in spite of their best efforts. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Andre Melton wasn't taken into custody until January 2019. After he committed another burglary in a neighboring state, authorities were able to track him down. Considering all of his transgressions, he received a 22-year prison sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Pretending to be in love can be done for a variety of reasons, but it usually occurs when someone has a specific objective in mind, such as gaining money, wanting closeness, or trying to influence events to their advantage. However, everything seems very real to the person on the other side of the deceit, and the more this emotional game is played, the more unexpected the result can be. Nobody could have predicted that an apparently innocent romance between college students would take such a fatal turn. Yet the case of Brenda Michele Gordillo shocked Argentina with its unfathomable cruelty. On May 16, 1995, Brenda Michele Gordillo was born in the Catamarca province of Argentina. Raised with her two elder brothers, Federico and Ivan, she was the only daughter and youngest of three siblings in a middle-class household. They took care of her and protected her at all times. Additionally, she was especially close to her mother, Florencia. Brenda was an intelligent student who was organized, responsible, and tenacious. She got along with others, avoided confrontations, and settled arguments amicably. She flourished in social situations. Her early decision to seek a career in psychology to assist people was not surprising, as she had a natural aptitude to mediate conflicts. Brenda enjoyed being on stage, participated in school theater performances, and was active in dance and gymnastics. People were drawn to her since she had a wide circle of acquaintances, and they frequently sought her guidance and valued her viewpoint. She was admitted to a prominent university in the capital after high school, where she studied psychology with an emphasis on conflict resolution and negotiation. Professors predicted that she would have a bright future, and she soon rose to the top of her program. Prior to a sad incident that occurred during her second to last year of college, Brenda had intended to remain in the capital and pursue a profession there. Her brother called her one evening with the heartbreaking news that their father had died unexpectedly after a heart attack. Their mother, who was now left alone at the family home, was particularly shocked by the loss. but the whole family was as well. Brenda's brothers had already gotten married and moved out before then. Following her studies, Brenda went back to her homeland of Catamarca to be with her mother while she was still in Buenos Aires getting her degree. In addition to finding employment, she made the decision to continue her education by enrolling in a nearby university's law school. She once again became fully involved in school life and met new acquaintances, including a young man named Naim Vera. On June 11, 1999, Naim Vera was born in Catamarca, and he was the youngest of two sons in a wealthy and well-known family of renowned physicians. His mother was a pediatrician with a private practice, and his father was a renowned cardiac surgeon. Growing up, Naim was surrounded by his elder brother Jaime, who was the total antithesis of him. The best opportunities were given to them by their parents. However, Naim was different from a young age. Whereas Jaime was driven and aspired to become a doctor like them. He was attractive and naturally charming, but he was also sluggish, entitled, and self-centered. He was well-liked because he constantly wore stylish, high-end clothing and exuded confidence. He knew how to make an impact, and the girls at school were smitten. Naim started dabbling with illegal substances in his later school years, which frequently got him into problems. But because of his family's influence, he never really suffered any repercussions. With multiple instances connected to bullying, physical altercations, and aggressive behavior, he gained a reputation for being conceited and hostile. His disposition frequently eclipsed everything else, even though he had a fortunate background. After graduating from high school in 2018, Naim made the decision to change his ways and break his bad habits and careless choices. After receiving therapy for his substance abuse problems, he was eventually admitted to law school. He met Brenda there, and he fell in love with her right away. Brenda was likewise immediately drawn to the assertive and self-assured young man. When they first met, he had just turned 19 and she was 23. She appreciated his attentiveness, despite the obvious age difference. They talked for hours at a pub on their first date together, and later that evening they visited Naim's parents' apartment, which he had the key to. They developed an intimate relationship that evening and started going out on a regular basis after that. Brenda felt genuinely in love for the first time in her life, and everyone could see it. The shift was noted by relatives and friends. She appeared to be happier than before, but in reality none of them had ever met the man who had captured her heart. Brenda casually mentioned that Naim was her future fiancé, but she only showed her mother and brother photos of him from social media, despite the fact that she talked about him frequently. As time went by, it became evident that Naim had no plans to introduce Brenda to his friends or family. They never made public appearances together as a couple, and their connection was limited to the same apartment. Brenda told herself that he just needed more time, even though it seemed odd. She secretly feared that Naim's hesitation stemmed from their age gap. Even though Naim was getting farther away from Brenda over the course of the months-long secret meetings, Brenda stayed devoted to the connection. She clung to the belief that their relationship was still solid and refused to accept the change in his behavior. Brenda got a call one day from an unknown number. The man on the other line warned her and identified himself as Naim's cousin. He warned her to exercise caution. According to him, Naim has a violent background and would have already faced harsh judicial repercussions for his prior deeds if it weren't for his powerful parents. Brenda refused to heed to the caller's advice to break up with him before it was too late. In the middle of February 2019, Brenda found out she was expecting. Although she was completely taken aback by the news, she felt very thrilled, despite her first disbelief. She thought that Naim would be compelled to take things more seriously and commit to her at last, and that this would be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Brenda broke the news at their next meeting. Naim was stunned at first, but then his expression changed dramatically. He became enraged and insisted that he was not prepared to be a parent and that he had no immediate plans to have a child. With the promise of paying for everything, he coerced Brenda into ending the pregnancy. Brenda flatly refused. She clarified that she had health issues and that it was truly miraculous that she was pregnant. As their disagreement got more heated, Naim advised Brenda that it would be best if they broke up permanently. They stopped dating for a period, but they kept messaging one another on social media. During this period, Brenda confessed in a close friend that she still wanted to see him again and that she missed him deeply. She went so far as to claim that she had never loved someone as much as she did him. Finally, at the end of February, Naeem gave her a call. He recommended that they have a calm conversation in person. Brenda was ecstatic, certain that he had reconsidered. Her best friend, with whom she had shared the news, assured her that everything would be fine. On the evening of February 28, 2019, the meeting was scheduled. Brenda had received an invitation to a classmate's birthday celebration that evening. She went to Naeem's flat after the celebration and didn't leave again. Brenda did not attend her university courses the following day, Friday, March 1, which was very rare for her. No one could get in touch with her, and she had never missed a lecture without a good reason. Nobody was aware of her location. Brenda's daughter had informed her mother that she would not be returning home that evening, and her mother was aware of the birthday celebration. She did not, however, say if she would remain with her partner or a buddy. At first, her mother wasn't concerned because she had intended to go directly to class in the morning. Brenda didn't know something was amiss until the university called later that afternoon to inquire about her location. Family and friends began looking for her right away. She wouldn't simply vanish without telling anyone. Everyone knew. Nevertheless, there was hope now. Maybe she had just been with Naeem and had forgotten the time. However, while her loved ones were desperately phoning for any information, something else happened that completely altered the situation. In a moment, whatever last hope was gone. Brenda had left. Naeem Vera, his father, and 2 lawyers entered the Catamarca police station early on the morning of March 1, 2019. "I wanted to confess and tell the authorities about a tragic event that had happened the night before," the young man said. After being led to an interrogation room, he quietly gave his account of what had happened. Despite his obviously troubled appearance, he spoke confidently and remained composed. Naeem asserted that he had planned to have a sexual encounter with a female acquaintance at his flat that night. He claimed that they had previously spent time together in this manner, devoid of obligations or demands, but this one night they got into a fight, and he asked her to leave right away. A staircase connected the apartment's 2 levels. Naeem claimed that during the intense argument, Brenda retreated a step, stumbled, and fell down the steps. He maintained that it was too late when he attempted to apprehend her. She was not responding when he got to her. There was nothing he could do to help. The fall had caused Brenda to sustain a catastrophic neck injury. Naeem became terrified when he learned he was responsible for the incident. He decided to get rid of the evidence out of desperation and fear. There was nothing else he could do but try to eliminate the remains. He retrieved lighter fluid from a cabinet, poured it over Brenda, and sparked a match using a big outside grill on the terrace. The fire started right away, but the heavy smoke became unbearable as the flames rose too high. He became aware that things were getting out of hand at that very moment. Surprised to see someone grilling meat in the middle of the night, a man from a nearby flat peeked out, but as Naeem caught sight of him, he waved and smiled with a welcoming attitude. This neighbor later testified in court that Naeem seemed quite calm, if not content, and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He didn't consider calling the police. Naeem quickly came to the conclusion that his scheme was failing and that a grill was not a crematorium. He dragged the remains back inside, knowing he would never be able to get rid of them entirely. He cut off the lower and top parts of the corpse with a big knife. Then, still not knowing how to get rid of them, he put everything in boxes, put it in garbage bags, and put everything in his car. In a moment, he decided to drive without direction. He threw out the bottom half in whatever dumpster he happened to pass. Regarding the top part, he left the city and pulled over close to a little gully a short distance off the road. The corpses were thrown into the ditch and covered with rubbish, branches, and mud. A passing patrol unit almost nabbed him as he was making his way back to his car. To find out why his car was parked on the side of the road, officers pulled over. Naeem thought quickly and made up a narrative. He said he simply got a call from his girlfriend and stopped to chat. He was taken seriously by the officers, who departed without asking any further questions. Naeem tried to clean up the mess after he got back to his flat, but he soon realized it was too much for him to do by himself. He made the decision to give his cousin a call. He acknowledged everything. His cousin initially believed that Naeem was hallucinating or under the effect of illegal drugs, but after reconsidering, he called Naeem's father. From then on, Naeem had no control over the situation. In an attempt to lessen his punishment, his father coerced his son into turning himself in after speaking with lawyers. Naeem revealed the places where he had disposed of the bones during his confession. Even if he had attempted to alter his tale, the evidence was indisputable. Surveillance film from a nearby building also showed him throwing bags into a garbage, with his car in the background. The second box was soon found in the ravine by investigators, and forensic specialists were dispatched right away to inspect the remains. But the truth they discovered was startling and totally at odds with Naeem's account of what happened. There were no injuries that would have been expected from a fall down the steps, even though the body had been badly charred and later mutilated. The victim's neck was completely intact, and there were no major bruises or broken bones. Rather, a much more unsettling cause of death was discovered during the autopsy. Brenda had suffered a forceful, not accidental, crushing of the cartilage in her throat. Bare hands had been used to apply the pressure. Mechanical asphyxia was listed as the official cause of death. Brenda had fought back frantically, as evidenced by the new scratches that were apparent on Naeem's hands. Fabric threads discovered in Brenda's mouth by forensic specialists were eventually determined to be from her own scarf. This implied that something had been pushed into her lips to silence her before she was strangled. The facts presented a sobering image. This was a purposeful act of cruelty rather than an accident. Brenda's purported pregnancy came to light as soon as her friends and relatives were informed of the tragedy. When detectives questioned Naeem about it, he decided not to bring it up. He acknowledged that Brenda had been manipulating him with the pregnancy for weeks. Naeem claims that their relationship was never romantic and was just ever physical. He asserted that no talk of a future together, much less a family, had ever taken place. He offered to pay for the pregnancy termination as soon as Brenda told him she was expecting, but she declined. Heatful fights had resulted from this dispute, and on the night of the event, Brenda allegedly requested that Naeem marry her in addition to insisting on keeping the baby. He claimed that this infuriated him, and he killed her as a result. But there was a serious problem with his story. Brenda had not been pregnant, according to an autopsy. It was a meaningless threat if she had been using this as pressure against Naeem. However, after more investigation, researchers discovered an unexpected fact. Brenda was unable to conceive due to a medical problem she had been diagnosed with. Since she was a teenager, she had been aware of this. Why, then, had she told Naeem that? Later, when being questioned, Virginia, one of Brenda's closest friends, offered insight. Brenda had honestly thought she was pregnant, she explained. She had experienced symptoms, missed her period, and was ecstatic that the physicians had misdiagnosed her illness. Rather than responding with enthusiasm or encouragement, Naeem disregarded her and severed their relationship as soon as she told him the news. Only 2 of Brenda's closest friends were informed of her pregnancy. She never told her mother about it and never had the opportunity to consult a doctor to confirm it. Virginia claims that Brenda had no desire to mislead or control Naeem. She had begun to envision a future with him and had genuinely thought she was going to become a mother. The day Naeem turned himself in and provided his version of events, he was taken into custody, but he maintained that the incident was an accident. He said that because he had been in shock, he had not asked for assistance and instead had decided to kill Brenda in such a cruel way. Most significantly, he persisted in claiming that their relationship had never been genuine and had only ever been a casual arrangement devoid of any obligations. Crimes committed in the course of a love or domestic relationship are categorized as aggravated offenses under Argentine law. This is due to the fact that the victim is thought to be in a vulnerable situation. They may have a weakened sense of self-preservation, trust their spouse, and do not see them as a threat. Naeem would face a harsh punishment, possibly life in prison, should the court find that he and Brenda were romantically involved. However, his sentence may be lowered to no more than 15 years if he could persuade the judges that their meetings were entirely informal and devoid of any emotional connections. This was the main defense put forth by Naeem and his father's legal team. They made a concerted effort to demonstrate that he and Brenda were not actually related. They made it clear that the two had never been spotted together in public, had never exchanged pictures, and had never identified themselves to their friends or family. Brenda's loved ones, however, presented a quite different image. She was genuinely in love with Naeem, according to her friends and family, and they firmly believed that their sentiments were reciprocated. She assumed he simply needed more time, so she never pressed for a formal introduction to his parents, so as not to put any pressure on him. Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously, according to a later admission from one of Naeem's classmates. He had been dragging her along, giving her false hope, but he really liked to spend time with her. He reportedly panicked and became anxious to find a way out when she told him about the pregnancy. The classmate claims that Naeem once threatened to commit suicide or to not have the baby. Nobody paid any attention to what he said at the time. However, Naeem allegedly asked his cousin if he knew of someone who would be prepared to solve a problem for money barely a week before to the murder. Assuming Naeem was simply ranting, his cousin brushed it off as bullshit. He didn't grasp how bad the issue was until that fateful night when Naeem called and asked for his assistance in covering up the crime. Following the incident, Brenda's loved ones received public condolences from Naeem's family, who said that the tragedy had also ruined their life. His legal team, however, persisted in fighting for his defense and trying to downplay his accountability. They attempted to portray Brenda as someone who had been coercing and controlling Naeem, saying she had fabricated the pregnancy in order to compel him to get married. They argued that she had hidden agendas and viewed him as a promising and affluent husband. Naeem himself made an effort to argue that he had acted out of acute distress, but this argument was soon disproved. He described in detail how he disposed of Brenda's remains during his initial interrogation, which was unusual for someone who was allegedly in shock. Furthermore, his neighbor's evidence was incriminating. The witness remembered seeing Naeem grilling that evening on the deck and commented on how calm he seemed. He even waved amiably at the neighbor, as though nothing unusual was taking place. The psychological evaluation concluded that the offender was legally liable since he was fully conscious of his acts at the time of the crime, but experts also found that Naeem had bipolar affective illness, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathic tendencies. None of these conclusions lessened his legal responsibility. Naeem might have been able to avoid complete responsibility thanks to the Vera family's wealth and powerful connections. In the hopes that public interest would eventually wane, his legal team purposefully postponed the trial. Brenda's family was concerned that Naeem might be given a light sentence or worse, avoid punishment entirely. Florencia, Brenda's mother, chose to act independently since she could not accept this option. She coordinated a number of marches and demonstrations, calling for the offender to face consequences. In an effort to prevent the case from being ignored, feminist activists also joined the fight. In May 2021, the trial finally got underway, and the media covered it extensively. Determining the nature of Naeem and Brenda's connection was an essential part of the proceedings. Due to his youth, his defense lawyers contended that he had not been prepared for a meaningful commitment and that his relationship with Brenda was only a passing fancy. Naeem might have gotten a light sentence if they had been successful in persuading the judge. Additionally, he could have been eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years if they could prove that the crime was not premeditated. The defendant stayed aloof and unresponsive during the trial. He didn't express regret for what he had done. Nevertheless, he formally apologized to Brenda's family as advised by his lawyer, but it sounded fake, almost mocking. Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime on May 14, 2021. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. He was also compelled to pay moral damages of 3 million pesos to Brenda's family. The defendant listened to the verdict with a neutral expression, as though it didn't affect him, and declined to give a closing statement. However, his lawyers declared their plan to appeal as soon as the sentencing was revealed. The press started exposing previous occurrences that Naeem's parents had been able to conceal as the defense team got ready to contest the decision, looking for fresh witnesses and proof of his innocence. Naeem was accused of aggressive behavior and harassment by 2 former students. Both ladies acknowledged that Naeem posed a serious threat and consented to testify in court. He had never been used to rejection, they explained. He had always attracted girls. He started stalking, threatening, and trying to degrade her in every manner after one of his classmates turned down his approaches. Naeem tried to push himself on another young woman, forcing her to change schools. He responded to her resistance by posting defamatory rumors and intimate images of her online. Both controversies had been covered up by his father's legal staff. The fresh testimony was taken into consideration when the court retried Brenda Gordillo's case in March 2022. The original sentence was upheld by the court. Naeem was given a life sentence without the chance of release for a minimum of 51 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.